Story 1, move to my hometown or you don't really love me. My fiancée announced days before our wedding day. I said, then I guess I don't. She found the engagement ring on the wedding day and I was already gone. My name's Jason, 31, and I run a marketing consulting firm in Denver. Nothing fancy. Just me and two part-time contractors working with local businesses. It took me 6 years to build this client base from nothing. 6 years of networking events, coffee meetings, proving myself to skeptical business owners who'd been burned by other consultants. Ashley and I met at Colorado State 8 years ago. She was this bright, ambitious girl from some tiny Nebraska town, Millfield. Her family was old-school traditional. Ashley was the first in her family to go to college. Those first few years were amazing. She got a job at a nonprofit. I was grinding to get my business off the ground. We supported each other through everything. I believed we were a team, but something shifted after we got engaged last year. She started talking more and more about how much she missed home, how her parents were getting older, how her sister Emma just had a baby and Ashley was missing all these family moments. I got it, I really did. Family's important. But every conversation somehow turned into how isolated she felt in Denver, how artificial city life was compared to real community back home. You don't understand, she'd say when I tried to relate. You grew up here, I left everything behind. She wasn't wrong. I did have roots here. That was kind of the point. My clients trusted me because I understood the Denver market, because I'd been part of the community for years. The first red flag should have been when she started calling my work your little business. Like it was some cute hobby instead of the thing that paid for our apartment, our vacations, the engagement ring on her finger. I'd remind her that I was doing well, that I was planning to expand, maybe hire full-time employees. She'd just smile that patient smile, like I was being naive. I should have seen it coming, but I was blindsided when she dropped the bomb 2 weeks before our wedding. We were at Romano's, our usual Italian place, going over last-minute wedding details. Everything seemed normal. She was excited about the flowers, worried about the weather forecast. Then, out of nowhere, I've been thinking about after the honeymoon, she said, cutting into her chicken parmigiana. I want us to move to Millfield. I literally stopped chewing. What? I want to move home, Jason, right after we get back from Maui. My dad talked to his friend who owns the real estate office. They're looking for someone to help with marketing. You could do that. My stomach dropped. Ashley, I can't just pack up and move to Nebraska. My entire business is here. It's not like you have some huge corporation, she said, not looking up from her plate. You work from your laptop mostly anyway. That's not how it works. I could hear my voice getting tight. I have clients here, relationships I've built over years. I can't service Denver businesses from 500 miles away. So you get new clients. Millfield has businesses too. Millfield has like 3,000 people, Ashley. Denver has 3 million. The market here is worth 50 times what I could ever build there. She finally looked at me and her expression was cold. So that's it? Your precious business is more important than being near my family? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying this is a huge decision. We need to plan this properly. If I just abandon everything here, we'd be starting over financially. It could take years to build up income again. How would we pay for a house? Kids? We'll figure it out. People lived in small towns long before fancy marketing consultants existed. That's when I knew she didn't respect what I did, at all. 6 years of building relationships, learning industries, developing expertise. But to her, it was all disposable. I need you to understand something, I said, trying to keep my voice level. This isn't just a job to me. This is everything I've worked for since college. And I need you to understand something, she shot back. I've been away from my family for 8 years. 8 years of missing everything important because I chose to build a life here with you. Now I'm asking you to choose me back. This isn't choosing you. This is choosing to destroy everything I've built. Her eyes filled with tears, but they looked more like angry tears than sad ones. If you really loved me, you'd want to be near the people who raised me. You'd want our children to know their grandparents. Ashley, your family is wonderful. I love spending time with them. But asking me to move there permanently, with no discussion, no planning, no consideration for my career, that's not fair. Fair, she laughed, but there was no humor in it. What's fair is that I've supported your dreams for 6 years. I've been patient while you worked late nights and weekends. I've smiled through networking events where I don't know anyone. I've built my whole life around your schedule. And I've appreciated every bit of that, but I never asked you to sacrifice your career. You chose a nonprofit job you love. I've never suggested you should quit. That's different. My job doesn't control our entire life. There it was, the real issue. She saw my work as selfish, demanding, something that took me away from her instead of something that provided for our future. Look, I said, trying one more time. What if we compromise? What if we plan to move there in 2 or 3 years? Give me time to transition, maybe develop some remote capabilities, save up money so we're not struggling when we make the switch. No, Jason, I'm done compromising. I'm done putting my needs second. We move to my hometown after the honeymoon, or you should start question yourself if you really love me. The threat was crystal clear. Do what I want or lose me entirely. I stared at her across the table, this woman I'd planned to spend my life with, and felt something fundamental break inside me. Then I guess I don't, I said quietly. What's that supposed to mean? She blinked, her voice caught somewhere between disbelief and anger. If loving you means accepting that the career I built from scratch with my own hands is dismissed as unimportant, or that I have to sacrifice it without anything offered in return, then I guess I really don't. Her face went white, then red, then white again. You don't mean that. I looked at this woman I'd loved for 8 years, who was asking me to throw away everything I'd worked for, and felt a strange calm settle over me. I think I do, I said. She started crying then, real tears this time. Jason, please, I just want us to be near my family. I want our kids to grow up around their cousins. I want Sunday dinners with my parents and summer barbecues and all the things I gave up when I moved here. And I want those things too, Ashley, but not at the cost of destroying everything I've built, not without any consideration for what this would mean for our future. We can build a new future there. You can, I can't, not the way you're demanding. She wiped her eyes with her napkin. So what happens now? I pulled out my wallet and put money on the table. Now I think we both need some time to think about what we really want. The wedding is in 2 weeks. I know. I left her sitting there and drove home to our apartment, my head spinning. 2 weeks before our wedding, and everything had just fallen apart. That night, Ashley came home trying to act like nothing had happened. She talked about the final headcount for the reception, whether we needed more wine for the rehearsal dinner. I played along, but inside I was reeling. Over the next few days, she kept bringing up Millfield casually. My mom says the elementary school is hiring a PE teacher. Great benefits. Dad mentioned the hardware store might be looking for help with their website. But every time I tried to sit down and have an honest, serious conversation about moving there, really talk about it together, it would turn into an argument. Without fail, she'd accuse me of being selfish, of not caring about her needs, of refusing to understand. But it wasn't love she was asking for. It was capitulation. A week before the wedding, I made my decision. This wasn't going anywhere. Talking didn't help. Reasoning didn't matter. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't marry someone who turned every disagreement into a personal attack. I couldn't marry someone who fundamentally didn't respect what mattered to me. I started planning my exit like a military operation. I called my business partner, Jenny, and explained the situation. She was shocked but supportive. We worked out a plan for her to handle my clients while I figured out next steps. I found a storage unit across town and started moving my important stuff there after Ashley left for work. I told the landlord I'd be off the lease at the end of the month. The hardest part was the wedding expenses. We'd both contributed, but I'd paid for about 70%, the venue deposit, the photographer, the honeymoon. Almost $40,000 down the drain, but $40,000 to avoid a disastrous marriage. Money well spent. 5 days before the wedding, I got up at 4 in the morning, gathered my last few things, and loaded my car. I slipped her the engagement ring off my finger and placed it carefully in the center of our kitchen table. We had agreed early on that I would wear an engagement ring too, a matching one to the ring I'd given her. It would be a symbol of equality, of mutual commitment. I had been so proud explaining it to people, smiling as I said it proved we were a team, that we were building something together. I'd ever imagined it would end up sitting there, right next to the wedding timeline Ashley had left there the night before, like a cruel joke. I hadn't planned to leave a note. I thought the ring alone would say enough. But I stood there for another moment, staring at it all, and then I reached for a pen. That was the least I could do. Ashley, by the time you read this, I'll be gone. I can't be the man you want me to be, and you can't accept the man I am. I can't marry you knowing that you don't respect the career I've built or the life I've chosen. I hope someday you find someone who wants the same life you do. You deserve to be happy, just not with me. I've covered my share of the wedding expenses. Please don't contact me. This decision is final. Jason, I took one last look around the apartment we'd shared for 3 years, then quietly closed the door behind me. I drove straight through to Phoenix, where my college roommate Jake had moved for work. I'd called him around 6 a.m., woken him up, and explained everything in 30 seconds. "Come crash here as long as you need," he'd said without hesitation. My phone started going crazy around noon. Calls from Ashley, her parents, her sister, my own family. I turned it off and spent the day helping Jake organize his garage, trying to keep my hands busy and my mind occupied. 2 days later, when I finally turned it back on, I had over 100 messages. Ashley's messages started pleading and ended furious. "Jason, please call me, we can work this out," became, "You coward, how could you do this to me?" Her dad left me a voicemail that was pure rage. "You've humiliated my daughter and embarrassed our entire family. You'll pay for this, you selfish piece of garbage." Her mom's message was worse, disappointed and hurt. "I thought you were a good man, Jason. I thought you loved our Ashley. How could you do something so cruel?" My own parents were confused and worried. My friends were split between supportive and shocked. I wanted to defend myself, to explain what really happened. But what was the point? Ashley's family would see it as me making excuses for heartless behavior anyway. A week later, I drove back to Denver to deal with the aftermath. The apartment was empty except for the furniture we'd bought together. Ashley had moved back to Nebraska, taking everything that wasn't clearly mine. She'd also taken my grandmother's necklace, a pearl strand that had been in my family for 3 generations. My mother had given it to me to give to Ashley as a wedding gift. Technically, since there was no wedding, it should have been returned. I texted Ashley about it. Her response was ice cold. "You humiliated me. Consider it compensation for the therapy I'll need." That's when I knew I was dealing with someone I'd never really known at all. I threw myself back into work. My clients were understanding about the situation. Most of them had been through divorces or difficult breakups themselves. Business actually picked up as I had more time to focus without wedding planning. But Ashley's family wasn't done with me. 2 weeks after I got back, her brother Jake called me. "You know you destroyed her, right? She can't even get out of bed some days. Mom and Dad are worried sick." "I'm sorry she's hurting," I said, "but I couldn't marry someone who wanted me to give up everything I'd worked for." "Give up what? A little consulting business? You could have done that anywhere." "It's not little to me, Jake. It's my career, my livelihood." And Ashley didn't respect what mattered to me. What matters to you is making money off websites. What mattered to her was having her husband want to be part of her family. There it was again. The dismissal of everything I'd built, the reduction of 6 years of hard work to making money off websites. "Jake," I tried to compromise. I suggested we plan the move gradually, give me time to transition. She refused to discuss it. It was her way or nothing. Because she'd already compromised for 6 years. She built her life around your schedule. She had a right to ask for something back. She had a right to ask. She didn't have a right to demand. The conversation went nowhere. Jake hung up convinced I was selfish, and I was left wondering if everyone in Ashley's family saw my career as worthless. A month later, things escalated. I got a letter from a lawyer representing Ashley's family. They were demanding I pay for the wedding expenses they'd incurred: catering, flowers, her dress, their travel costs. The total was over $15,000. The letter claimed I had willfully breached my promise to marry and caused significant financial and emotional damages. They gave me 30 days to pay or face a lawsuit. I laughed when I read it. This was purely vindictive. They knew I couldn't be legally forced to marry someone, and they knew wedding expenses weren't legally recoverable in cases like this. They were hoping to scare me into paying to make the problem go away. I hired my own lawyer, a sharp woman named Patricia Wells who specialized in family law. She took one look at their letter and shook her head. "This is harassment," she said, "pure and simple. They're angry and they want to punish you. We'll respond professionally and shut this down." Patricia drafted a response that was polite but firm. She explained that I had no legal obligation to reimburse wedding expenses when an engagement was ended due to irreconcilable differences. She also mentioned that any further harassment would be considered grounds for a restraining order. But then she added something that made me nervous. By the way, do you have any property of theirs? Because if they're coming after you legally, they might claim you stole something. My blood ran cold. They have my grandmother's necklace. Did you give it to her as an engagement gift? No, it was supposed to be a wedding gift, since there was no wedding. Then it's yours. We need to get it back before this gets messier. I had to laugh at the irony. They were threatening to sue me while keeping stolen property. Patricia sent another letter demanding the return of the necklace. Their lawyer's response was predictable. They claimed it was a gift to Ashley to compensate for her emotional distress. Emotional distress? I asked Patricia. She gave me an ultimatum. When I didn't cave, she's claiming distress. It doesn't matter. What matters is that necklace was never given as a completed gift. We can prove that. The legal battle dragged on for 3 months, lawyers arguing over a pearl necklace and wedding bills, while Ashley's family painted me as a vindictive ex-fiancé who was harassing a heartbroken girl. The breakthrough came when Patricia got Ashley's family to agree to a mediation session. The idea was to resolve everything without going to court. The mediation was held in a neutral office downtown. Ashley's parents, her lawyer Patricia, and me. Ashley wasn't there. Her lawyer said she was too emotionally fragile to participate. Her father, Tom, looked like he wanted to strangle me. Her mother, Linda, just looked sad and disappointed. This was the family that had welcomed me to holiday dinners and birthday parties for 6 years. Now they saw me as the enemy. Their lawyer started with the same demands: payment for wedding expenses and keeping the necklace as compensation for damages. Patricia calmly explained why neither demand had any legal merit. Then she made her own demand. My client wants his family heirloom returned immediately, and he wants all harassment to stop. In exchange, he won't pursue charges for theft or file a countersuit for harassment. Tom's face turned red. Harassment. He's the one who destroyed our daughter, Mr. Patterson, Patricia said smoothly. Your daughter gave my client an ultimatum that would have required him to abandon his career. My client has right to decline and to end the engagement. She asked him to move to be near family. That's what married couples do. She demanded he immediately relocate and abandon his client base with no discussion or planning. That's not a reasonable request. Linda spoke up for the first time. We just don't understand why he couldn't compromise. Ashley gave up so much to be with him. I looked at this woman who had been like a second mother to me. Linda, I offered to compromise. I suggested we plan the move gradually so I could transition my business properly. Ashley refused to consider it because she was tired of everything being about your work. My work pays for our life together. It's not a hobby, it's how I make a living. You could make a living in Millfield too. There it was again, the fundamental disconnect. To them, my business was just a job that could be done anywhere. They couldn't understand that marketing consulting requires local relationships, market knowledge, years of reputation building. The mediation went in circles for 2 hours. They couldn't understand why I wouldn't sacrifice my career for their daughter's happiness, and I couldn't make them see that marriage shouldn't require that level of sacrifice without discussion. Finally, Patricia cut to the chase. Let's resolve this simply. Return the necklace, drop all financial demands, and agree to no further contact. Everyone walks away clean. Their lawyer huddled with Tom and Linda for several minutes. I could hear heated whispers but couldn't make out words. When they came back, Tom looked defeated. Fine, but we want it on record that this man destroyed our daughter's life. Your daughter's life isn't destroyed, Patricia replied. She's 28 years old, she has a good job, she's surrounded by family who love her. She'll recover and find someone who wants the same things she does. 2 weeks later, a courier delivered the necklace. It was in the original box, untouched. Along with it was a note from Ashley's mother. Jason, I hope you're happy with your choice. Ashley is seeing a therapist and trying to rebuild her life. I pray someday you realize what you threw away. A business can be rebuilt anywhere. True love is irreplaceable. I read the note twice, then put it in my files. Linda still didn't get it, but I was done trying to explain. 6 months later, my business is thriving. I hired Jenny full-time and brought on another contractor. We're looking at expanding into Colorado Springs and maybe Fort Collins. The network I spent 6 years building is paying off in ways I never expected. I still think about Ashley sometimes. I hope she's doing well. I hope she finds someone who wants to live in Millfield, who sees small-town life as perfect rather than limiting. But I don't regret my choice. A marriage built on ultimatums, on one partner dismissing the other's career as insignificant, isn't a marriage worth having. 2 weeks ago, I closed on a house in the Highlands neighborhood. Nothing fancy, but it's mine. I converted the basement into an office with proper lighting and space for multiple workstations. For the first time in years, I'm building something that's completely my own. I hung my grandmother's necklace in a shadow box in my bedroom, not because I'm bitter, but because it reminds me that some things are worth fighting for. Family heirlooms, career achievements, self-respect. Ashley's family painted me as selfish for choosing my business over love, but it was never about the business. It was about choosing mutual respect over ultimatums. It was about refusing to be remodeled into someone else's vision of the perfect husband. I'm 31 years old. I have a successful business, a house I love, and the freedom to build whatever life I want. If that makes me selfish, I can live with that. I turned off my phone that night and haven't looked back since. The silence isn't empty, it's peaceful. It's the sound of a life built on my own terms, with room to grow in whatever direction I choose. And that's worth more than all the family dinners in Nebraska could ever be. Story 2. Overheard my wife planning to cheat on me with her best friend's help while I was working overtime, so I quietly moved all our savings and filed for divorce while she was out cheating on me. Hey Reddit. Never thought I'd be posting here, but life has a weird sense of humor. First, some background because context matters and you people love your backstories. I'm 34M, work in industrial equipment sales, think conveyor belts, packaging machinery, the thrilling stuff that keeps warehouses running. Been with my company 8 years, worked my way up from inside sales to regional manager. My wife Sarah, 31F, is a part-time yoga instructor who also does some freelance graphic design when the mood strikes. We've been married 3 years, together for 6. Met at a brewery during trivia night. She was on the team that beat Mind because apparently I'm terrible at pop culture questions from the 2000s. Who knew? We got a solid prenup because I'd watched too many of my coworkers get financially destroyed in divorces, and Sarah was surprisingly cool about it. Said she understood wanting to protect what we each brought into the marriage. Here's where it gets interesting. Sarah's been driving this 2019 that's been having transmission issues for months. Not catastrophic failure, but the kind of intermittent problems that make you wonder if today's the day you're calling an Uber to work. She's been dropping hints about wanting something newer, more reliable. Fair enough, I drive a company truck, so I don't really get the daily anxiety of wondering if your car will start. About 2 months ago, she started getting more specific about what she wanted. Showed me listings for this certified pre-owned Subaru Outback. Nothing crazy expensive, around $28,000. Problem was, we didn't have that kind of cash sitting around because we'd been aggressively paying down my student loans and the mortgage. But I figured, you know what? She deserves something reliable. She's been patient about the financial priorities, and I could pick up some overtime to make it happen. So I started saying yes to every overtime opportunity. Weekends, evening calls, covering for colleagues on vacation. The industrial equipment world doesn't sleep, Reddit. When a packaging line goes down at a food processing plant, they need it fixed yesterday or they're losing thousands of dollars per hour. I was putting in 65, 70-hour weeks for about 2 months, socking away every extra penny into what I mentally called the car fund. Sarah seemed understanding about the crazy hours, said she appreciated me working so hard for something she wanted. Her best friend Monica would come over to keep her company when I was working late, which I thought was nice. Monica's divorced, works for a healthcare startup, and has always been pretty cool. They'd have their wine nights, watch their shows, do whatever it is people do when they're not debugging industrial barcode scanners. Now here's where Reddit's favorite plot twist comes in. Last Tuesday, I finished a site visit early. Turned out the emergency was just a sensor that needed cleaning. Took me 20 minutes instead of the projected 3 hours. I got home around 7:30 instead of my usual 10 p.m. and heard voices from the kitchen. Sarah and Monica, having what sounded like a normal conversation, so I figured I'd just quietly grab a beer and let them know I was home. That's when I heard Monica say something about timing and Sarah responding that she needed to be careful about when she made her move. Naturally, I assumed they were talking about some work project or maybe planning a surprise for someone's birthday. But then Sarah said she'd been thinking about it more and more, especially with me working so much overtime, and that maybe this was the perfect opportunity to see what else was out there. Monica agreed, said Sarah had been talking about this for weeks, and it was time to stop overthinking it. That Sarah deserved to explore her options and see if there was something better suited for her needs. Monica even offered to help with the logistics. Apparently she had some connections that could make the whole process smoother. I'm standing there thinking, well, that's weird phrasing for whatever project they're planning. Then Sarah said the thing that made my blood run cold. She was worried about the financial implications, but Monica pointed out that she could always come back to her current situation if the new thing didn't work out. That I'd probably be willing to take her back because I'm too nice for my own good. Reddit, I've seen enough episodes of every cheating spouse show on channels like Mark Narrations, Telltales, Marquee, etc., to know exactly what kind of conversation I was overhearing. This wasn't about birthday parties or work projects. This was about my wife planning to have an affair and treating our marriage like a backup plan. I very quietly set my beer down and walked back to my truck, sat there for about 10 minutes trying to process what I just heard. Then I drove around for another hour before coming home and acting like nothing happened. Sarah asked how my day went. I said fine, and we went to bed like normal. The next few days were surreal. Sarah kept dropping hints about needing some space to figure things out, about feeling like she'd been in the same routine too long. She asked if I thought people could love each other but still need to explore other connections. Real subtle, right? Reddit. Friday night, she finally worked up the nerve to have the conversation, said she'd been doing some thinking and felt like we'd gotten married young. We were 28 and 31, but okay, and that maybe she needed some time and space to make sure this was really what she wanted. That she loved me but wasn't sure she was in love with me anymore. All the greatest hits from the I Wanna Cheat but Make It Sound Noble playlist. She suggested maybe she could stay at Monica's place for a few weeks just to get some perspective. Really think about what she wanted. And hey, if we were meant to be together, we'd find our way back to each other, right? I asked her directly if there was someone else. She said no, of course not. She would never do that to me. She just needed to be alone and figure herself out. Monica had offered to let her crash at her place, and maybe they could take a little trip somewhere to clear her head. So I said okay. If that's what she needed, I understood. I'd keep working, keep saving money, and give her all the space she needed to figure things out. What I didn't tell her was that I'd already called a divorce attorney Thursday morning. Sarah moved out Sunday. Took her clothes, her laptop, some books, the usual stuff for a temporary separation. Hugged me at the door and said she hoped we could work things out, that this wasn't necessarily the end, just a pause to gain some clarity. Monday morning, I went to the bank and moved all of our savings, including the $12,000 car fund I'd been building, into a new account and just my name. Thanks to our prenup, I was well within my rights. Her name wasn't on my work accounts anyway, and the joint checking account I left alone except for moving out my direct deposit. Tuesday, I had the divorce papers drawn up. Nothing vindictive, just a straightforward dissolution citing irreconcilable differences. Thanks to the prenup, it's pretty clean. We each keep what we brought in, split the house proceeds if we sell, no alimony. Wednesday, Sarah texted asking if I'd had any thoughts about us and whether I was ready to have a real conversation about working on our relationship. I replied that I'd had lots of thoughts and I was definitely ready for a conversation. Could she come by Thursday evening? She seemed excited, said she'd been doing some thinking too and was ready to talk about our future. Thursday evening, she showed up with takeout. Started talking about how her time away had made her realize how much she missed our life together, how maybe she'd been overthinking things, how sometimes you have to step away to appreciate what you have. That's when I handed her the divorce papers. I've never seen anyone's face change so quickly. She went from nervous, excited to confused to angry in about 15 seconds. Started asking what this was supposed to mean, whether this was some kind of joke, why I was being so dramatic about her needing a little space. I told her I knew exactly what kind of space she was looking for, and that I decided to give her all the space in the world. Permanently. She demanded to know what I was talking about, so I explained that I'd overheard her conversation with Monica the previous Tuesday. Not everything, because honestly I didn't stick around for the full planning session, but enough to understand she was planning to cheat and expected me to be waiting here like a faithful golden retriever when she was done exploring her options. The look on her face told me everything I needed to know. She tried to claim I'd misunderstood, taken things out of context, that she'd never actually done anything. I said that was great, because it meant the divorce would be even cleaner. No adultery complications, just two people who wanted different things. Then she asked about money, whether she could access the savings account to get her own place, maybe buy a reliable car since she'd be starting over. I told her the savings account had been closed. The money I'd earned working overtime for the past 2 months was now in an account she couldn't access, because funny enough, I decided I didn't want to fund her exploration phase after all. That's when she got really angry. Said I was being controlling, that taking away her access to money she'd counted on was financial abuse. I reminded her that according to our prenup, the money I earned was mine, and she'd never actually contributed to the car fund she'd been planning to use for her independence tour. She left around 9 p.m., taking her food with her. So read it, Ida. Part of me wonders if I should have confronted her about the overheard conversation first, given her a chance to explain or call it off. Maybe I misunderstood, and she really was just having some kind of quarter-life crisis that had nothing to do with cheating. But honestly, the more I think about it, the more confident I am that I heard exactly what I think I heard. I'm not trying to destroy her life or leave her destitute. She's got her job, she can stay with Monica, and she's a grown adult who can figure out her own transportation and housing situation. I just don't see why I should finance her journey of self-discovery when that journey apparently involves exploring other people's beds. But maybe I'm being too harsh. Maybe I should have tried to work things out. Let me know what you think, Reddit. I've got some decisions to make about next steps. Update 1, posted a few days later. Well, Reddit, you guys had some thoughts. And by some thoughts, I mean my inbox exploded like a packaging line during peak holiday season. The overwhelming consensus seemed to be that I was NTA, and that I should stop second-guessing myself about what I overheard. A bunch of you pointed out that Sarah's reaction when I handed her the divorce papers basically confirmed everything. If she'd been innocent, she would have been confused and hurt, not immediately worried about money and asking about access to accounts. That hit home. An innocent person would have been devastated by divorce papers, not calculating their financial options. Several people suggest that I should document everything and maybe try to get more evidence, but honestly, I'm not interested in playing private investigator. I heard what I heard, her reaction confirmed it, and I'm not about to start following her around with a camera or checking her phone records. That's not the kind of person I want to be. Some of you warned me that Sarah would probably try to come back with tears and promises once she realized I was serious. Turns out Reddit has some prophetic powers, because that's exactly what happened. Friday morning, the day after I served her papers, Sarah showed up at my house at 6:30 a.m. I was getting ready for work and heard someone pounding on the door like they were trying to wake the whole neighborhood. She wanted to talk. Really talk this time, no games, no drama. She admitted that maybe she had been thinking about other options, but that seeing the divorce papers made her realize she was just scared of commitment and didn't actually want anyone else. That I was the best thing that ever happened to her and she'd been an idiot. I told her I appreciated the honesty, but that ship had sailed. If she'd wanted to work on our marriage, she could have done that before planning her affair with Monica. Not with Monica, but with the help of Monica. That's when things got interesting. She claimed Monica had been filling her head with ideas about how she was settling and deserved to see what else was out there. That Monica was bitter about her own divorce and was projecting onto Sarah's marriage. That Sarah never would have actually gone through with anything if I hadn't jumped straight to divorce. I asked her directly, was there a specific someone she'd been planning to explore with, or was this more of a general shopping expedition? She got quiet for a long time, then admitted there was a guy from her yoga studio who'd been flirting with her for months. Nothing had happened, but she'd been wondering what it would be like. Monica had been encouraging her to find out, saying life was short and she shouldn't wonder what if forever. So there it was. Not just theoretical exploration, she'd had a specific target in mind. I thanked her for finally being honest and told her it didn't change anything. She started crying and asking if we could try counseling, maybe work through this together, that throwing away 6 years was crazy. But Reddit, here's the thing several of you pointed out that really stuck with me. She wasn't sorry she'd been planning to cheat. She was sorry she got caught. If I hadn't overheard the conversation, she would have gone through with her plan and expected me to be here waiting when she was done sampling the merchandise. I told her I'd think about it, mostly just to get her to leave so I could go to work. But I'd already made up my mind. The other thing that happened over the weekend, and this is where some of your advice really came in handy, Sarah tried to access our joint checking account and discovered I'd changed my direct deposit. She called me Saturday morning asking about it, and I explained that since we were getting divorced, it made sense to separate our finances completely. She got upset and said she needed money for basic expenses, that she couldn't live on her yoga income alone. I reminded her that according to the prenup, we were each responsible for our own expenses during separation proceedings. She could increase her hours, take on more graphic design clients, or figure out some other solution. Several of you had suggested I should be prepared for her to claim she couldn't support herself and needed spousal support, so I was ready for that conversation. Turned out to be good advice. Monday morning, Monica called me. First time we'd spoken since this whole thing started. She wanted me to know that Sarah was really struggling and that maybe I was being too harsh. That Sarah had made a mistake but didn't deserve to have her whole life blown up over it. I asked Monica if she thought I deserved to have my whole life blown up over Sarah's mistake. If she thought I should have just quietly funded Sarah's affair and waited patiently for her to decide whether she wanted to keep me or trade me in. Monica got quiet. Then said she didn't realize I'd overheard their conversation and that maybe she'd given Sarah some bad advice. I told Monica that Sarah was a grown woman who made her own choices and that if she was struggling now, she could figure out her own solutions, that I wasn't her backup plan or her safety net anymore. Monica tried to argue that Sarah never actually did anything, that thinking about something and doing it were different things. I pointed out that planning something and doing it were also different things, but not by much. If I hadn't found out, Sarah would have gone through with her plan. The conversation ended pretty quickly after that. So Reddit, based on your advice, I'm staying the course. No reconciliation talks, no counseling, no let's work through this together. I'm moving forward with the divorce and letting Sarah figure out her own life. The one thing several people asked about was whether I felt bad about the timing, serving her papers right when she was coming back to work things out. Honestly, no, she didn't come back because she realized she loved me. She came back because whatever she thought she wanted didn't pan out, and I was the safe option. That's not love, that's convenience. Next update will probably be after I hear back from my lawyer about timeline and next steps. Thanks for all the reality checks, Reddit. It's been helpful having outside perspectives. Update 2, Reddit, you beautiful disaster of a community, your advice continues to be disturbingly accurate. Remember how some of you predicted Sarah would escalate when she realized the nice approach wasn't working? Well, you will see. Monday started normal enough, if you can call anything about this situation normal. I was catching up on work stuff I'd been neglecting during the domestic drama when I got a call from my HR department. Apparently, someone had contacted them claiming I was going through a messy divorce and might be emotionally unstable at work. Now Reddit knows I work in industrial equipment sales, which means my clients are warehouse managers, operations directors, and other practical people who care about whether their conveyor belts work, not about my personal life. But HR has to take these things seriously, so I had to sit through a very awkward conversation about my emotional state and whether I needed time off or counseling resources. I explained the situation briefly: getting divorced, everything's handled through lawyers, no impact on work performance. My manager backed me up, pointed out that my numbers have actually been better than usual. Overtime pays off, apparently. But it was still humiliating. Took me about 30 seconds to figure out where that call came from. Tuesday, I got a text from Sarah asking if we could meet to discuss logistics. Against my better judgment, and probably against Reddit's advice, I agreed. Figured we needed to sort out some practical stuff anyway. Big mistake. Sarah showed up looking like she'd been living on energy drinks and stress, which honestly might have been the case. She started off apologetic, said she was sorry about the HR thing, but she was desperate and didn't know how else to get my attention. I told her contacting my workplace was completely out of line and asked her what logistics we needed to discuss that couldn't go through lawyers. That's when she dropped the bomb: she was pregnant. Reddit, I'm going to save you the suspense. After about 10 minutes of panic and rapid mental math, I realized the timeline didn't work. We hadn't been intimate since before she moved out, and that was barely 3 weeks ago. Too early for her to know, too early to be showing symptoms, just too early for any of it. It could have been from way before, but she didn't get any bumps as far as I could notice. When I pointed this out, she got defensive and said she'd been feeling weird for a while but hadn't wanted to worry me while I was working so much overtime. That she'd taken a test that morning and it was positive. I asked her if she wanted to go to a doctor together and confirm it with some sort of test. Since this was such important news that would change everything about our divorce. She said she wasn't ready for that yet, needed time to process, but wanted me to know because it changed everything. That we owed it to our child to try to work things out. I told her we'd definitely need medical confirmation before making any major decisions, and that if she was actually pregnant, we'd figure out co-parenting arrangements through the lawyers. Her face fell. I think she expected me to immediately call off the divorce and rush back into reconciliation mode. Wednesday, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. Turned out to be yoga studio guy, the one Sarah had admitted she'd been planning to explore with. He wanted to let me know he had no idea Sarah was married when she'd been flirting with him, and that he'd backed off completely once he found out. Apparently Sarah had told him we were separated and getting divorced, but some acquaintance had mentioned we were actually still married when Sarah started showing interest. He felt bad about the whole thing and wanted to clear the air. I appreciated the call and told him he hadn't done anything wrong. Sarah had misrepresented our situation, and he'd done the right thing by backing off once he knew the truth. But it confirmed something I'd been wondering about: Sarah's timeline. She'd been laying groundwork with this guy for weeks, maybe months. This wasn't a sudden crisis of faith in our marriage. Thursday, Sarah texted asking if I'd thought more about the pregnancy and what it meant for us. I replied that I was happy to discuss co-parenting once she'd gotten medical confirmation. She called me immediately, upset that I was being cold about our potential child. I explained that I wasn't being cold, I was being practical. That if she was actually pregnant, we'd handle it responsibly, but I wasn't making any decisions based on a home pregnancy test and some vague symptoms. She hung up on me. Friday was the most interesting day. I got home from work to find Sarah's car in my driveway and Sarah sitting on my porch steps. She'd been waiting for about an hour, apparently. Said she needed to tell me the truth about everything, that she couldn't keep living with the lies. So I sat down and listened. Turns out the pregnancy was fake. She'd hoped it would make me reconsider the divorce, but realized I was going to insist on medical confirmation, and the whole thing would fall apart. The thing with yoga guy was real, but more extensive than she'd originally admitted. They'd been texting for months, had grabbed coffee a few times, and she'd been planning to sleep with him during her trial separation. Monica had been encouraging the whole thing, telling Sarah she deserved to see what else was out there before settling down permanently. But when Sarah actually tried to make a move, yoga guy had backed off because he'd found out she was still married. That's when she realized her grand plan wasn't going to work out like she'd imagined. She said seeing the divorce papers had been a wake-up call, that she was about to lose the best thing in her life over a stupid fantasy. That she'd been watching too many movies, and listening to too much bad advice from Monica. She asked if there was any way I could forgive her and if we could start over. Reddit, I'll be honest, seeing her that broken down was hard. This wasn't the confident woman who'd asked for space to explore her options. This was someone who'd realized they'd blown up their life for nothing. But you know what? Several of you had warned me about this exact scenario, that she'd come back with tears and confessions once she realized the consequences were real. That I shouldn't let temporary guilt override the fundamental problem. She'd been willing to betray me and expected me to be her backup plan. I told her I appreciated the honesty, but it didn't change the situation. That she'd made these choices over months of planning, not in a moment of weakness. That the only reason she was confessing now was because her plan fell through and she was facing real consequences. She asked what she was supposed to do now, where she was supposed to go, how she was supposed to rebuild her life. I told her those were questions she should have asked herself before she decided to blow up ours. She left around 9 p.m., hasn't contacted me since. Monica, however, called me Saturday morning. Apparently Sarah had been staying with her and was in a really bad place. Monica wanted to know if I was satisfied with destroying Sarah's life, or if I might consider showing some mercy. I told Monica that Sarah had destroyed her own life, and that I was just declining to go down with the ship. That if Monica was really Sarah's friend, she'd help Sarah figure out how to move forward instead of trying to guilt me into rescuing her. Monica said I was being heartless. I said I was being practical. The conversation didn't last long after that. So Reddit, divorce is moving forward, no more fake pregnancies or workplace harassment, and I'm apparently the villain for not accepting the role of backup husband. Your advice about staying strong and not falling for manipulation tactics has been spot on. It's been tempting to feel guilty, especially seeing Sarah so genuinely upset, but you guys were right. She's not upset about hurting me, she's upset about the consequences of her choices. Thanks for keeping me sane through all this, Reddit. Update 3, Reddit, remember how I thought things were settling down? Yeah, that was adorably naive of me. Your collective wisdom about Sarah not going quietly into that good night was, once again, disturbingly accurate. This week brought a masterclass in why you should never underestimate someone's capacity for creative problem solving when their back's against the wall. It started Monday when I got a call from my lawyer. Sarah had filed a motion claiming I was hiding assets and asking for temporary spousal support while the divorce was pending. According to her filing, I'd suddenly moved large amounts of money out of joint accounts, leaving her unable to support herself. My lawyer wasn't worried. Our prenup covers this exact scenario, and I had documentation showing the money came from my overtime work. But it meant more legal fees and more delays, which I'm starting to think was the point. Tuesday brought an interesting development. I got a call from my mortgage company asking about my intentions regarding the house. Apparently, someone had contacted them claiming to be representing both parties in the divorce and inquiring about options for one spouse to assume full responsibility for the mortgage. That someone was not my lawyer. Turns out Sarah had called them directly, identifying herself as Mrs. Thompson. She never took my last name, by the way, and asking about procedures for removing a spouse from the mortgage. She'd given them our case number, which she shouldn't have had access to, and tried to get information about refinancing options. The mortgage company couldn't give her any information without proper authorization, but they wanted to confirm with me that this was a legitimate inquiry. I had to explain that no, my wife was not authorized to make inquiries on my behalf, and yes, she was probably trying to figure out if she could somehow claim rights to the house despite our prenup. Wednesday was when things got really creative. I came home from work to find my neighbor waiting for me in her front yard. She's a retired teacher, probably in her 70s, and has always been friendly in that neighborly way where we chat about weather and yard maintenance, but don't really know each other's life stories. Our neighbor wanted to let me know that a young woman had been by that afternoon asking questions about me. Had I been having loud arguments lately? Did she ever see other women coming and going? Was I the type of person who seemed controlling or aggressive? The young woman had identified herself as a social worker conducting a routine check related to a domestic situation. She'd been very polite and professional, but the neighbor had found the whole thing odd since she'd never seen any signs of domestic problems. Our neighbor is sharper than she looks, apparently. She'd asked the social worker for identification and business cards, at which point the woman had become evasive and left quickly. The neighbor described the woman, and it sounded exactly like Monica. I thanked the neighbor for the heads up and called my lawyer immediately. He said this was technically harassment and we could file a complaint, but that it might be more effective to document everything and use it to demonstrate Sarah's behavior if she tried to claim I was being unreasonable. Thursday, I decided to get proactive. I called Monica directly. Monica tried to play innocent at first, claiming she didn't know what I was talking about. When I mentioned the neighbor's description and the social worker story, Monica got defensive and said she was just trying to help her friend. I told Monica that impersonating a social worker was potentially illegal and that contacting my workplace, my mortgage company, and my neighbors constituted harassment. That if she wanted to help Sarah, she should encourage Sarah to focus on moving forward instead of trying to sabotage the divorce. Monica said I was being paranoid and that she hadn't done anything wrong. That Sarah was struggling and just trying to understand her legal options. I pointed out that Sarah had a lawyer for understanding legal options and that sneaking around asking neighbors about domestic violence wasn't a legal strategy, it was desperation. Monica hung up on me. Friday brought the weekend's big finale. I was working late, legitimately this time. We had a packaging line emergency at a food processing plant, and got home around 10 p.m. to find my front door slightly ajar. Reddit, I've watched enough true crime shows to know you don't just walk into a house with an open door. I called the police from my truck and waited for them to arrive. Officers showed up and did a walkthrough of the house. No signs of forced entry, nothing missing that they could see, but I found something interesting. A set of keys on my kitchen counter. Turns out they were Sarah's keys to the house. She'd apparently let herself in, looked around, and left the keys behind. No note, no explanation, just the keys. The officers asked if I wanted to file a report. I said no, not this time, but I wanted it documented that Sarah had been in the house without permission and had returned her keys. One of the officers asked if this was part of a domestic situation. I gave her the brief version. The officer said they see this kind of thing more often than people realize. That divorces can bring out behavior in people that surprises everyone, including themselves. She suggested I change my locks and consider a security camera just to protect myself if things escalated further. Saturday morning, I changed the locks. Spent the afternoon installing a basic doorbell camera system, something to record who comes and goes. Monday morning brought a call from my lawyer with good news and bad news. Good news, Sarah's motion for spousal support was denied. The prenup held up exactly like it was supposed to, and the judge wasn't impressed with her claim that I was hiding assets. Bad news, Sarah's lawyer had filed for an extension, claiming they needed more time to review financial documents, which means more delays and more legal fees, but probably not enough to change the ultimate outcome. My lawyer said this was pretty normal for contentious divorces. That Sarah was probably buying time hoping I'd get tired of the legal fees and agree to some kind of settlement. He asked if I wanted to explore mediation or if I preferred to see it through to the end. Reddit, this is where your advice has been invaluable. A few months ago, I might have considered mediation just to get it over with. But you guys have consistently pointed out that giving into manipulation just encourages more manipulation. I told my lawyer to see it through to the end, so that's where we stand. Sarah has apparently moved on from fake pregnancies and workplace harassment to amateur detective work and breaking and entering. Monica is cosplaying as a social worker, and I'm learning that divorce brings out creativity and people that you never knew existed. Thanks for keeping me grounded through all this, Reddit. Your advice to expect escalation and not take it personally has been more helpful than you know. Without this community reality checking my reactions, I might have talked myself into feeling guilty about Sarah's breakdown or Monica's harassment campaign. Story 3. He understands my soul in ways you never could. That's how my wife announced she was leaving me for her personal trainer. I replied, good luck with that, then found things that could turn their world upside down. Let me back up. I'm Dean, 34, work downtown doing it for a mid-sized company. Pretty straightforward life. I like my routines, my spreadsheets balance, and I solve problems methodically. My wife Chloe, 31, worked part-time at some boutique but spent most of her energy on fitness and whatever wellness trend she discovered on Instagram that week. For the past 6 months, she'd been obsessed with this personal trainer named Justin. $200 an hour to watch her do squats while he talked about optimizing life energy and manifesting abundance. The guy posted constantly on social media about his luxury lifestyle and success mindset, always showing off his Tesla, his downtown loft, talking about his thriving fitness empire. Tuesday started like any other day. I made my protein shake. Chloe complained about my music choice while getting ready for work, just normal married couple dysfunction. I gave her the usual peck on the cheek, said love you out of habit, and left for work around 8. By lunch, I was sitting in our break room eating a sandwich when my phone buzzed. Text from Chloe. I figured she was asking me to pick something up on the way home or reminding me about some social thing I'd forgotten about. Turned out, it was the most delusional text I'd ever received. Dean, I can't do this anymore, I'm leaving. Justin and I have something real, something you and I lost years ago. He understands my soul in ways you never could. We're moving in together today. I'm sorry it has to be this way, but I have to follow my heart. I hope someday you'll understand. I read it twice. Then I started laughing right there in our break room, not bitter laughter, genuinely amused laughter. The sheer audacity of thinking I'd be devastated by losing someone who talked about people understanding her soul unironically. But as the laugh died down, a strange, cold clarity settled in its place. Like when you've been trying to solve a problem at work for hours and suddenly the answer just clicks. The problem wasn't the marriage falling apart. The problem was that it had been broken for a while and neither of us wanted to admit it. I texted back, good luck with that, Chloe. Hope it works out for you. Then I blocked her number, not out of spite, just out of efficiency. I had things to figure out. Here's where my IT background kicked in. Something about Justin's lifestyle never added up. Small gym in a strip mall between a nail salon and a tax prep office, maybe 20 members max. That doesn't generate Tesla and downtown loft money. So I did what any good systems analyst does. I pulled the data. Property records are public if you know where to look. Justin's gym building, owned by Martinez Holdings, LLC. The Tesla he constantly photographed himself with, leased through Martinez Holdings, LLC. That expensive downtown loft he was always showing off, also owned by Martinez Holdings, LLC. Martinez Holdings, LLC is registered to Patricia Martinez, Justin's wife. 5 minutes on LinkedIn told me everything. Patricia Martinez, MBA from Northwestern, owns 3 medical spas in the affluent part of town. 15 years building her business empire. Her Instagram had maybe 50 posts total, all professional content about her clinics and charitable work. Complete opposite of Justin's constant thirst-trap gym selfies and motivational quote spam. The woman looked like she didn't suffer fools gladly. I found her office number on her business website. Time to make a phone call. I stepped outside to the parking lot and called Patricia's office. Professional, direct, exactly what I expected. Patricia Martinez's office, this is Angela. Hi Angela, is Patricia available? This is regarding a personal matter involving her husband Justin. 30 seconds later, this is Patricia Martinez. Her voice could cut glass. All business, zero tolerance for games. Ms. Martinez, my name is Dean. I apologize for the cold call, but I think we have a situation that affects both of us. My wife Chloe has been taking personal training sessions with your husband Justin. About an hour ago, she texted me saying she's leaving me for him because they have some kind of special soul connection. Silence. Not shocked silence, calculating silence. I could practically hear her mental gears turning. I see, she said finally, and you're calling me because I thought you should know what your husband has been doing during his private sessions. Chloe mentioned they're moving in together today. Another pause. When she spoke again, her voice had shifted, still professional but with an edge that could slice titanium. Mr. Dean, thank you for this information. I appreciate your directness in a very difficult situation. I will address this matter appropriately. I'm sorry this affects you too, I said. Don't be sorry. Be grateful you found out now instead of wasting more years. I'll be in touch if I need any additional information. She hung up. I went back to work and spent the afternoon debugging code, which seemed refreshingly straightforward compared to debugging a marriage. The first sign that Patricia had taken action came around 4:30. My phone started buzzing with texts from numbers I didn't recognize. I'd blocked Chloe, so she was trying other phones. Dean, pick up your damn phone. Something's wrong with Justin's accounts. His gym membership got terminated and they're saying the lease is canceled. This is all you're doing, isn't it? Call me back now. I couldn't help but smile. Patricia worked fast. Second message, different number. This is insane. Justin's car got repossessed from the gym parking lot. People were staring. You need to fix this. Call Patricia and tell her this is a misunderstanding. The delusion was strong with this one. Chloe genuinely thought I had some obligation to clean up the mess she'd created. Third message. Why aren't you answering? Justin says his credit cards aren't working and his bank accounts are frozen. We need somewhere to stay tonight. I screenshotted everything and went back to work. Not my circus, not my monkeys. By the time I got home, there were 7 more increasingly frantic messages from various numbers, each one more desperate than the last. The house felt different when I walked in, half empty, but in a good way. Chloe had taken her clothes, her collection of essential oils, that expensive juicer she used exactly twice. But she'd left the furniture, kitchen appliances, all the practical adult stuff that would matter if you were actually starting a new life. She'd taken the emotional stuff, the symbolic stuff, left behind anything that required real planning or responsibility. Pretty much summed up our entire relationship. I ordered pizza, cracked a beer, and settled in to watch the show. My phone kept buzzing, but I ignored it. This wasn't my problem to solve anymore. The next morning, I called a lawyer. Linda Chen, family attorney, came highly recommended by a guy at work who'd gone through a messy divorce. She had a reputation for being thorough and tough. Dean, this is actually pretty straightforward, Linda said after I explained everything. House is in your name, bought before marriage. No kids, minimal shared assets. The tricky part might be if she tries to claim spousal support or half your retirement accounts. What should I do about the constant messages from different phone numbers? Don't respond, but don't block them either. Document everything. Let her dig her own hole with desperate, irrational behavior. Judges hate that stuff. Over the next few days, the messages from Chloe escalated from demanding to pleading to threatening and back to pleading. I saved every single pathetic one. Justin's gym is closed permanently. They put a notice on the door saying lease violations. This is your fault. The audacity never ceased to amaze me. Somehow I was responsible for Justin's business failing when the truth came out. We're staying in a motel. A motel, Dean. The credit card I used is apparently canceled now too. Justin says Patricia is being vindictive. A motel. The woman who'd left me for a successful entrepreneur was sleeping in a roadside motel, chef's kiss. Justin isn't who I thought he was. He doesn't actually own anything. The car, the gym, the apartment, it's all hers. He has nothing. And there it was, reality finally penetrating the delusion. Justin, the confident alpha male who understood her soul, was actually Justin the kept man with good marketing. Call Patricia. Tell her I made a mistake. Tell her Justin didn't do anything wrong. I seduced him. It's not his fault. That last one was particularly rich. Now Justin was the innocent victim of Chloe's seduction. The story was already shifting to protect her new man's ego. A week later, Chloe showed up at my office. Security called because there was a woman in the lobby who seems upset and is asking to see you. I found her in one of those uncomfortable lobby chairs, looking like she hadn't slept in days. The post-workout glow she'd maintained for months was completely gone. She looked exhausted and desperate. Dean, we need to talk. Chloe, my lawyer advised me not to speak with you directly during divorce proceedings. Forget the lawyer for 5 minutes. I need help. Justin and we don't have anywhere to go. The motel is $80 a night and we can't afford it much longer. That sounds like something you and Justin need to figure out. You don't understand. He doesn't have money. Patricia controlled everything, his business, his car, his apartment. She kicked him out with just his gym bag. He's not the successful entrepreneur I thought he was. I looked at her sitting there, finally grasping what I'd figured out in 20 minutes of internet research. Chloe, did you think to ask any questions before you blew up your marriage? Did you wonder how a trainer with 20 clients afforded a Tesla and a downtown loft? Her face crumpled. I thought he was successful, independent. He talked about abundance and manifesting wealth. I thought. You thought you were trading up. Leaving the boring IT guy for the successful fitness entrepreneur, except you never bothered to verify if any of it was real. She started crying then, not attractive movie crying, ugly, desperate sobbing. I made a mistake, Dean, a huge mistake. Can I come home? Can we try to work this out? No, Chloe, you can't come home. You chose Justin and his abundant lifestyle. Figure it out. I walked away. My hands were shaking, but I felt something I hadn't experienced in months. Pure, clean relief. 2 weeks later, Justin called me himself. His voice had lost all that confidence and positive energy from his social media videos. He sounded defeated, desperate. Dean, man, I think there's been a misunderstanding. Chloe told me you two were basically already separated. I never meant to break up a marriage. Patricia went nuclear over this whole thing. She's destroyed my entire life over one mistake. Could you maybe call her and tell her Chloe initiated everything? That I was just trying to help her with her fitness goals and things got out of hand. I'm living in my car, man. My actual car, not the Tesla, please. I deleted the voicemail without responding. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. A month in, the divorce paperwork was moving smoothly. Chloe had hired some discount lawyer who kept trying to argue she deserved spousal support because she'd given up career opportunities to support my emotional needs during the marriage. Linda's response was basically prove it, wrapped in a lot more legal language. The really interesting development came when Chloe tried to use a credit card she was an authorized user on, one we'd opened for emergencies but never used. She attempted to put down a deposit on an apartment. The transaction got flagged as fraud since she'd moved out and wasn't legally entitled to use it anymore. This is it, Linda said when I reported it. This gives us everything we need. She's looking at criminal charges unless she agrees to walk away with nothing. The second month brought what Linda called the extinction burst, a psychological term for when bad behavior gets worse right before it stops completely. Chloe started showing up everywhere I went. The grocery store, my gym, the coffee shop where I grabbed breakfast, never approaching directly, just lurking and staring. Trying to make me uncomfortable enough to engage with her, I documented every incident with photos and timestamps. Linda said it was building a nice harassment case if we needed it. The breakthrough came when Patricia Martinez called me directly. Dean, this is Patricia Martinez. I wanted to update you on the situation and get some information if you're willing. Of course, how are you holding up? I'm fine. This isn't my first rodeo with Justin's infidelity, just the first time it reached this level of stupidity. I have questions about the timeline of their relationship. I told her everything. When the training sessions started, when Chloe's behavior changed, when she started talking about life energy and finding her authentic self. 6 months, Patricia said. He spent 6 months of my money courting your wife. The private sessions Chloe paid for were being used to plan their new life together, in my building, with my utilities and insurance. I'm sorry this happened to you too. Don't be sorry, I'm actually grateful. I've been looking for a reason to end this marriage for years. Justin just handed me one that comes with evidence and witnesses. What happens now? Justin's never going to recover from this financially. I made sure every gym owner in the city knows exactly why his lease was terminated. His fitness influencer career is over. Hard to maintain that image when you're living in a 2003 Honda Civic. And Chloe, your problem to solve. But based on what I'm hearing through mutual acquaintances, she's learning that Justin's lifestyle was entirely dependent on resources he no longer has access to. 2 days later, Chloe showed up at my house at 11 p.m., banging on the door and screaming about how I'd ruined her life. I called the police. Officer Martinez, no relation to Patricia, I checked, was professional and direct with Chloe. Ma'am, this is his property. You don't live here anymore. You need to leave and communicate through your lawyers if you have legal matters to discuss. But it's my house too. I lived here for 6 years. Did you pay for the house, ma'am? Well, no, but is your name on the deed? No, but we're married. Ma'am, being married doesn't give you the right to harass your estranged husband or trespass on his property. She left, but not before screaming that I was a vindictive asshole who destroyed two people's lives out of spite. Officer Martinez waited until she drove away, then turned to me. Divorce? Yeah. She left me for her personal trainer. I called the trainer's wife to let her know what was happening. He chuckled. How'd that work out for them? About like you'd expect. Month 3 was when Chloe's last-ditch efforts really ramped up. She'd burned through what little money she had access to. Justin was working at a supplement store in a strip mall, and reality was setting in hard. The voicemails became increasingly desperate and rambling. Dean, I know you hate me, but I'm begging you. Justin's not who I thought he was. He talks about positive energy all day, but he's been mooching off his wife for years. I thought I was getting this successful, independent man, but he's just a pretty face with good marketing. I want to come home. I'll do anything. I'll sign a prenup, I'll get a full-time job, I'll never mention Justin again. Please. Too little, too late. Actions have consequences. I saw on Facebook that you got a dog. We always talked about getting a dog. I could help train him. I've been watching YouTube videos about dog training. We could do it together. The delusion that we could just go back to normal was almost impressive in its complete disconnect from reality. Justin keeps talking about how we need to manifest abundance, but we're eating ramen noodles every night and sleeping on an air mattress in his friend's garage. This isn't the life he promised me. You never promised me anything crazy, but at least you delivered on what you said. And there it was. The moment she realized that boring, reliable, and honest beats flashy, fake, and fraudulent every single time. Without the Tesla and the loft and the expensive gym, Justin was just an attractive guy with a certification from a weekend course. The final legal hearing was conducted over Zoom. Chloe appeared from what looked like a public library, Justin nowhere to be seen. Her lawyer had clearly advised her that fighting would only make things worse and more expensive. She agreed to waive any claim to spousal support or property division in exchange for me dropping the credit card fraud charge. She'd walk away with her personal belongings and nothing else. The judge approved it in about 5 minutes. Mr. Dean, the dissolution of your marriage is granted. Ms. Chloe, you have 30 days to retrieve any remaining personal property. All financial obligations between the parties are severed as of today's date. That was it. 6 years of marriage ended with a Zoom call and a digital signature. 3 months after the divorce was finalized, I got one final text from Chloe. Came from Justin's phone. I hope you're happy with what you've done. You destroyed 2 people's lives because you couldn't handle your wife finding someone better. Justin's ex-wife ruined his career, and now he can't get work anywhere in the city. We had to move 3 hours away just so he could find a job. I hope your organized, boring life is everything you wanted. I didn't respond. There was nothing to say. She still didn't understand that this wasn't something I'd done to them. It was something they'd done to themselves. Patricia Martinez sent me a bottle of expensive bourbon with a note. To new beginnings. Thank you for your honesty. Some people deserve each other. P. 6 months later, I heard through social media that Justin eventually found work at a CrossFit gym in a smaller city. His Instagram posts became sporadic and then stopped entirely. Chloe's last public post was a quote about toxic people and moving on from negativity. As for me, I adopted Charlie, a golden retriever mix who has absolutely no opinions about life energy or authentic living. He just wants food, walks, and belly rubs. It's refreshingly straightforward. I started dating again recently. Nothing serious yet, but I'm figuring out what I actually want in a partner versus what I thought I was supposed to want. Turns out those are very different things. My friend Dave asked if I felt bad about calling Patricia and essentially destroying Justin's life. Dave, I didn't destroy anything. I just made one phone call and told the truth. Patricia decided how to handle that information. Justin decided to build his entire lifestyle on someone else's money. Chloe decided to leave her marriage for a guy she didn't bother to research. I just connected the dots. But didn't you know it would ruin them? Honestly, I thought Patricia deserved to know what her husband was doing. What she did with that information was her business. If Justin's life fell apart when the truth came out, that tells you everything you need to know about how solid his foundation was. The truth is, I sleep better now than I have in years. The house is quiet but not empty. Charlie snores next to my bed. My finances are simple again. I don't have to pretend to care about juice cleanses or Mercury retrograde or whatever wellness trend Chloe was obsessing over that week. Sometimes I wonder if Chloe and Justin are actually happy together now that they've gotten what they thought they wanted. But that's not my problem anymore. I made my peace with the whole situation when I realized that some people will always be looking for someone else to blame for the consequences of their own choices. They wanted abundance and authentic living. They got exactly that, just not the version they were expecting. My life might be a spreadsheet to Chloe, but at least my spreadsheet balances. And honestly, that's more than enough for me. The best part, I recently got a message from a woman whose husband was also one of Justin's clients. Apparently, Justin's pattern of mixing business with pleasure was well established. She thanked me for exposing him before her own marriage got destroyed. Turns out, sometimes doing the right thing has a ripple effect. Who knew, these days, when people ask me about the divorce, I keep it simple. Sometimes the trash takes itself out, and all you have to do is not interfere with the process. Life's good when you stop trying to fix people who don't want to be fixed. Story 4. My wife made a cringe statement at a party. I only settled for him because no one better came along. I smiled and replied, good to know. My shocking decision, I filed for divorce the next day, citing irreconcilable differences. She was frantically claiming it was just a joke. I 38M, or rather was, a pretty simple guy. Thought I had a decent life, a stable job in IT, and a wife, Sarah 35F, who I believed was my partner. We've been married for 7 years. No kids, which in hindsight is a blessing. About 3 weeks back, we were at my colleague Mark's housewarming party. Good food, decent music, the usual stuff. Sarah had a bit more wine than usual. We were chatting in a group. Mark, his wife Priya, another couple David and his wife Olivia, and us. Olivia was talking about how she knew David was the one pretty early on. It was a bit cheesy but sweet. Then Sarah, out of absolutely nowhere, laughed a little too loudly and said, "Oh, you know, with Liam, I just figured no one better was coming along, so I settled." Gotta make the best of it, right? She even playfully nudged me. The air kind of froze. Priya looked uncomfortable, David coughed, and Olivia just stared. I felt my face get warm, but I just smiled. A really calm, tight smile. I looked right at Sarah and said, good to know. She giggled, clearly thinking she was being hilariously edgy. The conversation stumbled on, but the mood was shot for me. I didn't say anything else to her about it for the rest of the evening, drove home in silence. She was humming along to the radio, oblivious. The next morning, a Saturday, I got up, made coffee, and called my lawyer. First thing Monday, I filed for divorce, citing irreconcilable differences. When she got served the papers a few days later, all hell broke loose. It was a joke, Liam. A stupid joke. You're ending our marriage over a joke. I just told her, some jokes aren't funny, Sarah, and some truths disguised as jokes are even less so. She's been alternating between crying, screaming, and trying to get me to see reason. According to her, I'm overreacting, I'm being cruel, and I clearly never loved her if I could do this. Am I the whole for taking her joke at face value? I don't think so. It wasn't what she said as much as the casual public cruelty of it. And honestly, it just clarified a lot of little things over the years, little dismissals, subtle put-downs I'd brushed off. This wasn't a slip of the tongue. This felt like the truth slipping out, coated in cheap wine. More to come, I guess. This is just the start. Update. So it's been about a week since the last post and things have escalated. Not in a shouty way for my end, but Sarah's certainly making up for it. After the initial shock of the papers, she tried the, let's talk about this, honey approach, which basically meant her talking at me about how I'd misunderstood how stressed she's been at her marketing job, which, fair, but doesn't excuse publicly devaluing your spouse, and how I was throwing away 7 years of history. I told her, Sarah, the history now includes you publicly stating you settled for me. That's a pretty significant chapter. There's no misunderstanding the words, I settled for him because no one better came along. Her response, but I didn't mean it like that, it was party banter. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. You're supposed to be my husband. You should know my sense of humor. My sense of humor apparently involves being publicly humiliated. News to me. Then came her sister, Chloe, 32F. Chloe called me, full of righteous fury. Liam, you need to stop this nonsense. Sarah is a wreck. She loves you. You're being incredibly selfish and vindictive over a throwaway comment. I asked Chloe if your husband said that about you at a party, how would you feel? Chloe, well, Derek would never say that. And if he did, I'd know he was joking because we have a real connection. Ouch. The implication being Sarah and I didn't. Thanks, Chloe, real helpful. Sarah has now started telling our mutual friends her version, that I'm having some sort of midlife crisis, that I'm being incredibly sensitive, and that she's the victim because her off-the-cuff remark is being blown out of proportion. She's conveniently leaving out the exact phrasing or framing it as a silly little comment. The entitlement is what's getting me, the absolute refusal to see how deeply insulting her words were. It's not about the joke anymore. It's about her fundamental lack of respect. My lawyer is a shark, thankfully. We've started the process of asset division. We live in an apartment I owned before the marriage, so that's mine, but marital assets will be split according to the law. She's already started making noises about how she deserves more because of the emotional distress I'm causing her by divorcing her for her own statement. The logic is pretzel-shaped. I had a moment of weakness last night, not gonna lie, stared at an old photo of us from a vacation years ago. Simpler times. Then I remembered her smug little laugh at that party and the feeling passed. This is the right thing to do. She's still in the apartment for now, as per legal advice, until things are sorted for her to move. It's like living with a ticking time bomb of passive aggression and dramatic size. Can't wait for this phase to be over. Update. All right, quick update. Things got a little messier as expected. Sarah has ramped up her Liam is the bad guy tour. She apparently told her parents, who I've always had a cordial if not overly close relationship with, that I've become cold and distant over the last year, projection much. And that this divorce is completely out of the blue and unjustified. Her mom, Karen, called me. Didn't yell, but her voice was dripping with that disappointed but also superior tone. Liam, marriage is about forgiveness. Sarah said something silly. You don't throw a life away for that. I calmly explained. Karen, with all due respect, what Sarah said wasn't just silly. It was a public declaration of her settling for me, and it was the final straw in a pattern of disrespect. I'm not throwing a life away. I'm choosing not to live one where I'm openly devalued. She huffed and said I'd regret this. Standard. The biggest piece of entitlement this week. Sarah tried to get me to agree to her lawyer's more reasonable assessment of asset division. Her lawyer, surprise, surprise, thinks she's entitled to a hefty chunk of my premarital savings because she supported my career by maintaining a home environment. She works full-time and we split chores 50-50 and a cleaner came twice a month. The delusion is strong. My lawyer had a field day with that email, but here's where my revenge, if you can call it that, started to take shape. It wasn't about being vindictive. It was about the truth. Remember Mark and Priya and David and Olivia from the party, the ones who actually heard what Sarah said verbatim. Well, Olivia called me a few days ago very tentatively. She said Sarah had reached out to her, crying about how I was being so unfair and that she'd just made an innocuous comment. Olivia felt weird because what she remembered was pretty damn harsh. I simply said, Olivia, you were there. You heard it. What Sarah said was, I only settled for him because no one better came along. She then nudged me and asked if she should make the best of it. There was no ambiguity. Olivia was quiet for a moment, then said, yeah, that's exactly what she said. Nah, she's really spinning this differently to people. I didn't ask her to do anything, but word travels. Priya also messaged me later, saying Mark had mentioned I was filing for divorce, and she wanted to offer support, adding that Sarah's comment had made them both incredibly uncomfortable, and they couldn't believe she said it out loud. So Sarah's narrative of being the wronged party whose minor gaffe was weaponized is starting to crumble among the people who actually matter and have context. She's been trying to paint me as irrational. The truth is, I'm being entirely rational based on the information she provided. She confronted me last night. Why are you telling people I said that horrible thing? You're trying to make me look bad. Sarah, I said, not even looking up from my laptop. I'm not telling people anything beyond what you said yourself. You're the one who announced it at a party. If you find it horrible, perhaps you shouldn't have said it. I'm just not covering for you anymore. The look on her face, pure, unadulterated fury mixed with a dawning horror that her spin wasn't working. That was satisfying. Not in a cruel way, but in a finally the truth has an audience kind of way. She started looking at apartments. The reality seems to be sinking in, albeit slowly and painfully for her. For me, it's just a process. Final update. It's been a couple of months. The divorce was finalized last week. Thought I'd close this chapter out for anyone who followed. Sarah's attempts to get more money were shut down hard by my lawyer and the clear premarital status of my major assets. She got what she was legally entitled to for marital property, which wasn't insignificant, but certainly not the windfall she and Chloe were gunning for. She had to get a much smaller apartment than she was envisioning. The revenge part, if you want to call it that, was simply letting the truth do its work. After Olivia and Priya started quietly confirming what actually happened at the party to anyone who asked, Sarah's victim narrative fell apart pretty spectacularly within our wider circle of acquaintances. People weren't taking her side once they knew the unvarnished truth. She tried to throw a divorce party for herself, which I heard was very sparsely attended. Apparently, celebrating the end of a marriage you supposedly wanted to save after being caught out for such a comment doesn't sit well with many. Her sister Chloe is still firmly Team Sarah, of course. She sent me a final, nasty email about how I'd ruined Sarah's life over nothing and how I'd die alone. I just archived it. Some people are unreachable. The biggest consequence for Sarah, I think, wasn't financial. It was social and reputational. She really prided herself on this image of having the perfect life and being part of a power couple. Her joke and the subsequent divorce, with the real reason leaking out, shattered that. I heard through the grapevine, thanks Mark, that she's been complaining that people are judging her and that it's not fair. The irony is delicious. What did she expect? That I'd just absorb that level of disrespect indefinitely, that her words had no weight. As for me, moving her out of the apartment was like a physical weightlifting. The silence in my own home is peaceful now, not tense. I've reconnected with some old friends she subtly pushed away over the years. I'm focusing on my hobbies, got back into cycling, something she always complained was boring. There was a brief moment, maybe a month ago, where I felt a pang of sadness. Not for losing her, but for the 7 years I invested in someone who clearly didn't value me. But it passed. It was like closing a book you realized you didn't enjoy halfway through. You don't mourn the ending. You're just glad to be moving on to a new story. Last week, I was at a small gathering. Someone made a self-deprecating joke about their own long-term relationship, something genuinely funny and warm, and everyone laughed with them. It struck me then that's what healthy humor in a partnership looks like. Not a barb disguised as a laugh. So yeah, that's it. I'm doing okay. Better than okay, actually. She made her statement. I made my decision. Consequences followed. Life goes on. Thanks for letting me vent, Reddit. It actually helped to type it all out. Story 5 parents kicked me out just because the golden child sister couldn't stand me. 10 years ago, my life basically got flipped upside down because my family, especially my sister Claire, decided to kick me out of the house. And why? Because they thought I was some sort of traitor for figuring out how to pay for my college tuition without their help. I was 18, just about to start college, and suddenly I found myself with nowhere to go. This all happened thanks to Claire, the golden child who always managed to make me look like I was barely worth anything in comparison. Claire is 4 years older than me, and from the time we were kids it was clear that she was the favorite. Like not just a little bit. I mean, my parents were obsessed with her. If she got an A, they'd throw her a freaking parade. But if I got an A, it was like, oh cool, what's for dinner? You get the idea. So I kind of grew up with the mentality that it didn't matter what I did because Claire would always outshine me. By the time she went off to a top business school, my parents were all over it, like she was some sort of prodigy. They paid for everything, her tuition, her apartment, her fancy clothes. Meanwhile, I kept my head down and figured I'd have to do things on my own. So when I got accepted into a reputable college in the UK to study history, I thought maybe, just maybe, I'd get a little bit of support. But nope, that wasn't happening. My parents straight up told me they couldn't afford my tuition, which, okay, I get it, college is expensive. But what really pissed me off was that they didn't even want to cosign a loan. I wasn't asking them to pay the whole thing just to help me out so I wouldn't be drowning in debt my whole life. But they refused and we fought about it a lot. Their reasoning, we already paid for Claire's college. We have to think about our future now. Oh, and they were also planning to start some kind of small business around that time. So apparently, all their savings were going into that. I was completely stuck. I didn't want to lose the opportunity to go to this college, but it felt like my parents were just throwing obstacles in my way for no reason. They had no problem spending tons of money on Claire, but when it came to me, suddenly they had to be frugal and responsible. I needed help, and it became pretty obvious that they weren't going to give it to me. So, with no other options, I turned to my Aunt Denise. Now Denise is my dad's older sister, and let me just say, she's like the total opposite of my parents. She's a neurosurgeon and honestly way more successful than either of them, but she's also super down to earth. My parents always had this weird tension with her. They'd act all polite at family gatherings, but I could tell they were bitter about how successful she was compared to them. My dad, in particular, hated feeling like she overshadowed him. I didn't really want to get her involved at first, but I was desperate. I reached out to her one day, asking if she'd be willing to help me with the tuition. She didn't even hesitate. She was like, "Of course I'll help. Why didn't you come to me sooner?" But I was terrified that my dad would find out. If he knew I had gone behind his back to ask for money from his sister, he'd lose his mind. So I begged Denise to keep it a secret. Things were fine for a while after that. I figured I was in the clear. My tuition was covered, and I was getting ready to leave for school. That's when Claire decided to ruin everything. To this day, I still don't know how she found out about me asking Aunt Denise for help, but she did. And being Claire, she couldn't just let it go. She had to blow it up into this huge, dramatic thing. One night I came home after hanging out with some friends, and immediately I knew something was off. All my stuff was packed up in boxes. Everything. My clothes, my books, even my bedding. My parents were sitting in the living room, and Claire was standing there with this smug, self-satisfied look on her face. It felt like I had walked into some twisted intervention. My dad didn't waste any time. He threw a stack of papers at me and said, "Explain this." I had no idea what he was talking about, so I looked at the papers, and that's when I realized Claire had gone full psycho. She had fabricated these fake emails between me and Aunt Denise, where it looked like I was betraying the family, leaking details about the business my parents were planning to start, in exchange for Aunt Denise paying for my tuition. I couldn't believe my eyes. Claire had gone through my laptop, found some emails between me and Denise, and then doctored them using Photoshop or whatever. She made it look like I had sold out our family. I was stunned. I tried to explain that it was all fake, but my parents didn't even listen. They just stood there saying, "We trusted you and you stabbed us in the back." It didn't matter what I said. They believed Claire because of course they did. They always believed her. It was like I didn't even exist anymore. They told me to pack my things and leave right then and there. I was officially kicked out of the house because of a complete lie. I begged them to reconsider. I didn't want to be a burden on Aunt Denise, especially after she had already agreed to pay for my tuition. But my parents didn't care. They said I was a traitor and they wanted nothing to do with me. So that was it. I left with nothing but the clothes on my back and a few boxes of my stuff, and I moved in with Aunt Denise. Honestly, I don't know how I would have survived if it weren't for her. She took me in without a second thought and treated me like actual family, something I hadn't felt in years. While my parents were busy worshiping Claire and focusing on their future business, Denise was the only one who really cared about me. And for that, I'll always be grateful. But to this day, I can't shake the memory of that night. Walking into my house and seeing all my stuff packed up, my parents staring at me like I was a criminal, and Claire standing there with that smug look on her face, knowing she had won. So there I was, kicked out of my own house, standing on Aunt Denise's doorstep with my life in boxes. I was still processing what the hell had just happened. It felt like a bad dream. I mean, how do you go from thinking you're part of a family to being homeless in one night? The whole thing was so surreal, but at the same time I couldn't say I was that surprised. My parents had always made it clear that Claire came first, but I guess I never thought they'd take it this far. Denise, being the angel that she is, welcomed me with open arms. She didn't ask a million questions. She didn't pry. She just saw that I was hurting and told me that her house was my house for as long as I needed. That kind of kindness. Man, It hit me right in the gut because I realized right then that I had never felt anything close to that for my own parents. So, I moved in with her. It was strange at first, waking up in her guest room, looking around at a house that wasn't mine, but over time, it started to feel more like home than the place I grew up in ever had. We started getting closer, talking more about everything. Turns out, Aunt Denise knew a lot more about my parents and their BS than I ever realized. She'd been keeping her distance from them for years, only showing up to family events because she felt obligated. She told me something that blew my mind. Apparently, my dad's grudge against her started way before I was born. Denise had always been more successful. She went to med school, got married to a great guy, who unfortunately passed away young and was living her life. Meanwhile, my dad was doing okay, but every time they met up, he'd get weirdly competitive. Denise said that their relationship basically became a game of who could look better to the rest of the family, but instead of just being proud of his sister, he resented her. And it wasn't just career stuff. My dad felt overshadowed in every way, financially, socially, everything. I guess that jealousy bled over into how he treated me. Denise had figured all this out years ago, but kept quiet because she didn't want to make things worse for me. Now that I was living with her, though, she told me everything. It was like she was trying to fill in all the gaps in my life that I hadn't been able to make sense of before. Why my parents never seemed to care about what I did, why they always bent over backward for Claire, it all boiled down to some weird family dynamic that I didn't even know existed. Living with Denise was great, but the thing is, I couldn't completely relax. I kept waiting for my parents to call, for Claire to show up out of nowhere, or for them to apologize for what they did. But of course, that never happened. Days turned into weeks and nothing, not a single text, not a single call. At first I was angry, like really angry. How could they just toss me aside like I was nothing? Then the anger kind of faded and I started to feel numb about the whole thing. It was like my brain was shutting off all my emotions just so I could function. Denise, though, she was amazing. She never pushed me to talk about what happened unless I wanted to. She let me take my time figuring things out. She even helped me get all my stuff sorted for school, making sure I had everything I needed before I left for the UK. I swear, if it weren't for her, I don't know how I would have gotten through that time. But even with her support, the silence from my parents was deafening. You'd think after kicking your kid out, you'd at least check up on them, right? But no, I guess I shouldn't have expected anything different, but I still did. One afternoon, about a month after the whole ordeal, I got a text from Claire. I remember it so clearly because it was just as obnoxious as she was. All it said was, "Hope you're doing okay. By the way, don't leave your laptop lying around." That was it. No apology, no acknowledgement of what she had done. Just a little smirk in text form reminding me that she was the one who got me thrown out. I stared at the screen, feeling my blood boil. She was taunting me, plain and simple. I didn't respond. What was the point? Claire wasn't the type to feel guilty about anything. In her mind, she had won some weird family game, and that was that. I thought about texting back something snarky, but I knew it wouldn't make a difference. She'd just get off on it. So I blocked her number and tried to move on. It wasn't easy. Every time I looked at my phone, part of me was still waiting for something from my parents. Maybe a message from my mom, saying she regretted everything, or even a passive-aggressive email from my dad, pretending like nothing happened. But nope, radio silence. In the months that followed, Denise and I got into a solid routine. She became more than just my aunt. She became my confidant, my friend, and basically the only family I had left. I started to see how messed up my parents really were. They'd spent so long focusing on Claire, trying to mold her into some perfect daughter, that they completely missed out on everything else. And when Claire finally messed up, which she eventually would, it would be too late for them to fix it. Around the time I was getting ready to leave for school, I got another message. This time from my dad. It was short and direct. "Good luck in the UK." That was it. No apology, no explanation, nothing. It felt like a slap in the face. After everything, all he had to say was good luck. I didn't even know how to respond, so I didn't. I just deleted the message and tried not to think about it. The day I left for the UK, Denise drove me to the airport. She hugged me and told me how proud she was, how she knew I'd do great things. It was the first time in my life that someone in my family had said those words to me, and it hit me harder than I expected. I got on that plane feeling like I was leaving more than just my home behind. I was leaving behind the part of me that had always tried to seek approval from my parents. From that moment on, I decided I didn't need them anymore. I had Denise, I had my future, and I had myself. If they wanted to reach out, fine. But I wasn't going to waste any more energy chasing after people who clearly didn't care about me. I was done. So life in the UK was going great. I settled into college, made some friends, and for the first time in years, I wasn't constantly thinking about my family. I won't say I forgot about them, I don't think that's possible, but they definitely weren't on my mind as much anymore. I was focused on my studies, figuring out my future, and just trying to enjoy life without the drama that came with living under my parents' shadow. But of course, just when things were going smoothly, something had to come and mess it up. I finished college and I came back to my city. I found a very good high-paying job, and then I got a call from my mom. Yeah, my mom. The same woman who hadn't spoken to me since the day they kicked me out. It was totally unexpected. I was sitting in my dorm room going over some notes for a paper when my phone buzzed. I saw her name pop up, and for a second I thought I was seeing things. I stared at the screen, my mind racing. Should I answer it? Ignore it? After everything that had happened, why would she be calling me now? I let it ring a few more times, and then against my better judgment I picked up. "Hello?" I said, trying to sound calm even though my heart was pounding. There was a pause on the other end, like she wasn't sure what to say. Finally, she spoke. "Hi, it's your mother." "No kidding, who else would it be?" I didn't say that, though. I just stayed quiet, waiting for her to explain why she was calling after almost 2 years of nothing. She hesitated again, and then out of nowhere she said, "We need to talk." I couldn't help but scoff. Now she wanted to talk. After everything, it was so typical of her. But even though I was annoyed, a part of me was curious. What could possibly be so important that she was reaching out after all this time? "About what?" I asked, keeping my tone as neutral as possible. "Well, your father and we want to see you," she said, stumbling over her words like she was trying to figure out how to phrase it right. I could already tell where this was going. They didn't actually want to see me because they missed me or felt bad for kicking me out. There was something they needed, and I had a pretty good guess about what it was. I sighed, leaning back in my chair. "Why?" I asked bluntly. She didn't answer right away, which pretty much confirmed my suspicions. When she finally did speak, her voice was quieter, like she was trying to sound all motherly and concerned. "Your dad and we've been going through a hard time. Things haven't been easy since the pandemic." There it was, the real reason behind the call. It was exactly what I thought: money problems. I hadn't heard much about their business since I left, but I knew it wasn't doing well. Denise had mentioned something in passing about how their shop wasn't thriving the way they had expected, and with the pandemic, it made sense that they'd be struggling. But I wasn't going to jump in and save them, not after everything they had done to me. "Okay," and I said, my voice flat. I wasn't about to make this easy for her. "Your sister, Claire, she's been managing things for us, but she started, and that's when I cut her off." "Let me guess," I said, already knowing where this was headed. "Claire screwed it all up." There was a long pause on her end, which was answer enough. Of course, Claire had messed it up. I don't know why they were surprised. She was always more interested in looking good than actually doing the hard work. They had put all their faith in her, and now it was backfiring. My mom let out a shaky breath. "Things haven't been going as planned," she admitted, "and we need help." I laughed, I couldn't help it. After everything, after throwing me out, cutting me off, letting Claire walk all over me, now they wanted my help. The audacity of it all was unreal. "Unbelievable," I muttered under my breath. "What's so funny?" my mom asked, sounding genuinely confused, like she couldn't understand why I wasn't jumping at the chance to swoop in and save the day. "You're serious? You actually think I'm going to help you?" I said, my voice rising. I could feel the anger bubbling up, all the emotions I'd been pushing down for the past 2 years coming to the surface. "We're your parents," she said, her voice wavering. "We made mistakes, but we need you." I shook my head, even though she couldn't see me. "You didn't just make mistakes, Mom. You kicked me out of the house. You believed Claire's lies over your own son. You haven't spoken to me in years, and now you need me. And suddenly I'm supposed to drop everything and come running." She was quiet after that. I could tell she didn't know what to say. She probably wasn't used to me standing up for myself like this. Back when I was still living at home, I would have just gone along with whatever they said, hoping it would keep the peace. But not anymore. I had changed, and I wasn't going to let them walk all over me again. Finally, she spoke, but her tone had changed. She wasn't trying to be all soft and caring anymore. Now she sounded irritated, like she couldn't believe I was being so difficult. "We're still your family," she said sharply. "You owe us at least that much." That was it. That was the final straw. I didn't owe them anything. In fact, they were the ones who owed me an apology for starters, but I wasn't holding my breath on that one. "I don't owe you a damn thing," I said, my voice cold. "If you need help, go ask Claire. She's your golden child, remember." Without waiting for her to respond, I hung up the phone. My heart was pounding and my hands were shaking, but I felt a strange sense of relief. I had finally said what I needed to say. They could figure out their mess on their own. I wasn't going to be part of it. That night, I called Aunt Denise and told her what happened. She wasn't surprised at all. "They've been relying on Claire for years," she said. "It was only a matter of time before it all caught up to them." We talked for a while, and by the end of the call I felt even more certain that I'd made the right decision. My parents had chosen Claire over me, and now they were paying the price. As harsh as it sounded, it wasn't my responsibility to fix their mistakes. For the first time in a long time, I felt free. I didn't need their approval or their acceptance. I had my own life now, and I wasn't about to let them drag me back into their toxic mess. I had done my part by surviving their betrayal. Now, it was their turn to deal with the consequences. Update 1. I thought I was done with all the family drama after that phone call with my mom. Honestly, I felt pretty good about how things went. I had finally stood up for myself and made it clear that I wasn't going to be their safety net. I figured they'd just give up and go back to depending on Claire, but I underestimated my sister's ability to stir the pot. Because, of course, Claire wasn't going to let me get away that easily. It was about 2 weeks after the call with my mom when something weird happened. I was having a pretty normal Saturday afternoon, just cleaning up around my place, when I heard a knock on the door. Now, I don't really get visitors. I live alone, and most of my friends know to text before they come over, so I was a little confused. I peeked through the peephole, and guess who was standing outside? Yep, Claire. For a second I thought maybe I was seeing things. Like, what was she doing here? She hadn't spoken to me in years except for that one stupid text about my laptop, and now she was just showing up at my door like everything was fine. My gut reaction was to just ignore her, but I knew Claire well enough to know that she wouldn't leave until she got what she wanted. I opened the door, and before I could even say anything, she smiled like we were best friends or something. "Hey," she said, all bubbly and fake. "It's been a while." I just stared at her for a second, completely caught off guard. Yeah, it has. What are you doing here, Claire?" She looked at me with this overly sweet expression, like she thought she could charm her way into my good graces. "I wanted to talk," she said, tilting her head slightly. "Can I come in?" I crossed my arms, not moving from the doorway. "About what?" I asked, keeping my voice as neutral as possible. Her smile faltered for a second, but she recovered quickly. "Come on, can we just talk inside? It's important." I should have said no. I should have just told her to leave right then and there, but my curiosity got the better of me. I stepped aside and let her in, though I didn't bother making her feel welcome. I didn't offer her a seat, and I didn't ask if she wanted anything to drink. She was lucky I was even letting her into my space after everything she'd done. She walked in and looked around, like she was taking in the place. "Nice apartment," she said, like she was trying to make small talk. I didn't respond. I wasn't here for pleasantries. "Okay, Claire," I said, getting straight to the point. "What do you want?" She sighed dramatically, like she was already exhausted from whatever game she was playing. "Mom told me about your conversation," she said, folding her arms. "She's pretty upset, you know." I raised an eyebrow. "Upset she kicked me out of the house, Claire." "What exactly does she have to be upset about?" Claire rolled her eyes like I was the one being unreasonable. "Look, I'm not here to rehash all that. We both know you've always been difficult." I almost laughed at how casually she said that. "Difficult?" I repeated. "Are you serious right now? You fabricated emails to get me kicked out of the house. That's difficult." She waved her hand dismissively. "That's ancient history." "I came here because I want to make things right." I blinked, unsure if I'd heard her correctly. "You want to make things right?" I asked, skepticism dripping from every word. Yeah, she said, nodding like this was the most reasonable thing in the world. I know things got complicated with the family, and maybe I overreacted back then, but I think it's time to put all that behind us. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. You think you overreacted? I said, struggling to keep my voice even. Claire, you destroyed my relationship with our parents. You lied about me, manipulated them, and now you're standing here like none of that matters anymore. Her smile faded a little, and I could see that she was getting frustrated. I didn't come here to argue, okay? I came because I need your help. Ah, there it was, the real reason she was standing in my apartment. Of course, Claire wasn't here to apologize or to make amends. She needed something from me. I felt my jaw clenched as I stared at her, waiting for her to continue. I've been trying to keep the business going, she said, finally dropping the fake sweetness. But it's been really hard. The pandemic hit us pretty badly, and I'm doing everything I can, but it's not enough. Mom and Dad don't want to admit it, but we're on the verge of losing everything. I crossed my arms, not feeling an ounce of sympathy. So let me guess, you want me to help bail you out? Claire shifted uncomfortably. I'm not asking for a handout, she said defensively. I just thought we could, I don't know, figure something out together. You're doing well for yourself, right? I figured you'd want to help the family. I couldn't believe her. She was trying to guilt-trip me into saving the family business that she had driven into the ground. You figured wrong, I said flatly. Claire blinked, clearly not expecting that response. Wait, what do you mean? I mean, I'm not helping you, I said, my voice firm. Not after everything you did. You ruined my life, Claire. You turned my own parents against me. And now that you're in trouble, you think I'm just going to forget all of that and swoop in to save you? No. She stared at me dumbfounded. For the first time in her life, Claire didn't seem to know what to say. But we're family, she said weakly, her voice losing some of its confidence. I shook my head. We stopped being family the day you made it your mission to destroy me. Claire's face went pale. She wasn't used to hearing no, and I could tell she was struggling to process it. After a long, awkward silence, she stood up. Fine, she said coldly. If that's how you want it. That's how it's going to be, I said, standing my ground. You made your choices, Claire. Now you have to deal with the consequences. Without another word, she stormed out of the apartment, slamming the door behind her. I stood there for a minute, letting the tension drain out of me. Part of me felt bad, like maybe I was too harsh. But then I remembered everything she'd put me through, and that guilt faded fast. For the first time in years, I felt like I had control over my life. I wasn't living in Claire's shadow anymore. I wasn't the second choice or the scapegoat. I was finally free from all of it. Update 2. I thought that after Claire stormed out of my apartment, things would go quiet. Like she would finally get the message that I was done with her and the whole family drama. But of course, I underestimated just how stubborn she could be. It wasn't even a full week later when the next wave hit. And this time, it wasn't Claire knocking on my door. It was both my parents. It was a Saturday again. Funny how these things always seem to happen on my days off. I was just sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone when the knock came. It wasn't soft, either. It was one of those heavy, insistent knocks that tells you whoever's on the other side isn't leaving anytime soon. I got up, already having a feeling about who it might be, and when I opened the door, there they were, my mom and dad, standing together like some kind of united front. My dad looked uncomfortable, like he didn't really want to be there. But my mom, she had that look in her eye, the one that said she was determined to fix whatever mess had been made, even if it meant bulldozing her way through. I sighed, leaning against the door frame. What do you want? My mom gave me a strange smile, trying to keep things friendly, I guess. Can we come in and talk? We need to sort some things out. I was tempted to slam the door in their faces, but part of me figured that if I didn't let them in now, they'd just keep showing up. So with an exaggerated sigh, I stepped aside and let them in. They walked in, glancing around the place like they were expecting something more than a basic apartment. My dad stayed quiet, but my mom went straight for the couch. Sitting down and patting the seat next to her like I was some little kid she was trying to console. I'll stand, I said flatly, crossing my arms. All right, she said with a tight smile. Look, we know things have been difficult between us. Difficult, I repeated, raising an eyebrow. That's what you're calling it. My dad finally spoke up, his voice low and gruff. We didn't come here to argue. Then what did you come here for? I asked, not even bothering to hide my frustration, because I'm pretty sure we've already been over everything. Claire tried, you tried, and I made myself clear. I'm not helping. My mom smiled, wavered a little. She probably wasn't used to me talking back like this. That's not why we're here, she said, leaning forward slightly. We're here because we want to apologize. I almost laughed. Apologize? For what exactly? Kicking me out. Believing Claire's lies? Or was it that you didn't even bother checking in on me for 2 years? My mom's face tightened, and my dad shifted uncomfortably, looking like he wanted to be anywhere but here. It was clear they weren't expecting me to throw it back in their faces like that. We know we made mistakes, my mom said, her voice quieter now. But we're family, and family has to stick together. I could feel my patience wearing thin. This was just more of the same. Every time something went wrong, they'd pull out the family card like it was supposed to erase everything that happened. But I wasn't falling for it this time. You guys are only here because you need something from me, I said bluntly. If things hadn't gone south with the business, I wouldn't even be hearing from you. Let's not pretend this is about family. There was a moment of silence, and then my dad finally spoke up. His voice rough, but more honest than anything I'd heard from him in years. You're right, that caught me off guard. I blinked, staring at him. What? You're right, he repeated, sighing heavily. We screwed up, we believed Claire, we pushed you out, and we didn't even think twice about it. And now, well, now things are falling apart and we're desperate. I didn't know what to say. I wasn't expecting him to actually admit it. My mom, on the other hand, looked like she was trying not to lose her cool. Clearly, she hadn't planned for him to just lay it all out like that. I appreciate the honesty, I said after a long pause, but that doesn't change anything. My mom cut in then, her voice sharper. It doesn't change the fact that we need you and you owe us after everything we've done for you. And there it was again, that sense of entitlement. They really believed I owed them something just because they were my parents. Like all the years of neglect and favoritism didn't matter, and now that they were in trouble, I was supposed to bail them out. I don't owe you anything, I said, my voice cold. Not after the way you treated me. You made your choice when you believed Claire over me, when you threw me out and didn't even check if I was okay. Now you want me to save you? That's not how this works. My dad didn't say anything. He just sat there staring at the floor like he was ashamed. But my mom, she wasn't done yet. We're your parents, she said, her voice rising. We raised you, we took care of you, and now you're just going to abandon us. I shook my head, almost feeling sorry for her at this point. You didn't take care of me, Aunt Denise did, you chose Claire and now you're stuck with her, that's on you. My mom looked like she was about to explode, but my dad put a hand on her arm, stopping her from saying whatever was about to come out of her mouth. He stood up, looking me in the eye for the first time since they walked in. We understand, he said, his voice steady but sad. We're not going to push you anymore, we just needed to try. For a second I almost felt bad for him, but then I remembered everything they had put me through, and that sympathy disappeared. I hope you figure it out, I said, stepping toward the door and opening it for them, but I'm not going to be part of it. My dad nodded like he'd expected that. My mom, though, gave me one last look, half angry, half pleading, but when she saw I wasn't budging, she stood up and followed him out. As they left, I closed the door behind them and stood there for a moment, letting the silence settle in. I'd done it, I had finally stood up to them, and for the first time it felt like I was really free. Story 6, I was about to take a bite when my phone buzzed. I glanced at the screen discreetly. Don't eat. Just trust me. It was from my mom, sitting 3 seats away at the same table. My stomach clenched instantly. My husband, wearing a plastic smile, raised his glass. Please enjoy. I didn't know what was happening yet, but I knew something was very, very wrong. It was the first time we were having dinner with his family since I got out of the hospital. 3 months earlier, I'd lost the baby after a complicated pregnancy. Between tests, bed rest, and being admitted, I lost nearly everything. Weight, hope, peace. And even so, his mother insisted on the dinner. Time to gather the family and move on, she said. But now, with that message from my mom and all eyes on me, I felt anything but welcomed. My name is Jess, I'm 34, and this is my story. But before we continue, like and subscribe. It's a free way to support my work. At that table with my father-in-law, brother-in-law, and my husband's ex seated like she belonged there, my heart was racing. I realized this dinner was a setup to humiliate me. The ex smiled too much, touched him constantly, dropped subtle comments about their past. I wanted to get up and leave, but I felt frozen. That's when my mom mouthed the words, "There's something in your plate." I saw her messing with it. My husband's mother. The woman who hugged me in front of others but called me weak behind my back. The one who blamed me for losing the baby because I wasn't strong enough. The woman who never accepted that he had chosen me, and now she had put something in my food unless my stomach turned. I faked a smile and pretended to eat. I waited until everyone had served themselves and started eating. I didn't touch my plate. Instead, I started recording. I placed my phone between the glasses. Camera hidden, audio on. I needed proof. When everyone was distracted chatting, I gently pushed my plate forward. I looked at my mom. She knew I knew, but we didn't know what exactly. I pretended to feel sick and ran to the bathroom. With a napkin, I wrapped of the food and hid it in my purse. In the car, my mom didn't say a word. She just held my hand while I cried in silence. It wasn't just about the dinner. It was everything, losing my child, the subtle contempt from his family, the quiet betrayals I was only just beginning to see. That night while he slept, I did something I usually wouldn't. I went to the computer. In his email, I found more than I expected. The messages between him and the ex were all there, dates that my hospital stays, comments about how I wouldn't last much longer. One line stuck in my head, "She'll give up soon." I didn't cry that night, didn't sleep. I just opened a new notebook and started writing, name by name, action by action. This wasn't a marriage anymore, it was a game, and I was about to flip the board. The next morning, I made a call that would change everything. But what I heard on the other end made me shake. It was worse than I imagined. The investigator's voice was calm but firm. He said he already knew my name, that this wasn't the first complaint involving my husband's family. "Ma'am, you're in danger. Don't eat anything that comes from that house." My blood ran cold. I asked what he knew, but he hesitated. "You need to gather evidence, and fast, because they've done this before." This wasn't just a tense family dinner anymore. It was a real threat to my life. I hung up and looked at myself in the mirror. Hollow eyes, pale skin, an exhausted soul, that's what they wanted, to watch me slowly fall apart, isolate me, break me. His mother used sharp words masked as advice. My husband stayed out more and more. His ex acted like the house was hers, and me? After everything I'd been through, I was being treated like something disposable. The hatred formed quietly, deep, cold. I started moving like I was playing chess. I printed the messages between him and the ex. I made copies of the bank statements showing the transfers he made to her, stuff I had just discovered. I saved audio clips of his mother's cruel comments, and I started hiding cameras around the house. No one suspected a thing, because no one believed I had any strength left. The next day, my mother-in-law showed up unannounced, with cookies and flowers. "To brighten your day, sweetheart." Her tone was sweet, but her eyes, ice cold. She walked in, looked around and asked, "Feeling better?" "Really?" I faked a smile. She offered to make tea, I let her. And while she stirred the cup in the kitchen, my camera recorded everything. Right down to the exact moment she dropped something into the bottom of the mug, calmly, like someone who'd done it before. I sent the video to the same investigator. Within 20 minutes, he replied, "We have enough to open a formal investigation." For the first time, I felt like I had control, not over my pain, but over their fate, and that fed me. That night, I cooked dinner myself. I invited everyone, his mother, my husband, his ex. I told them I wanted to make amends, that I was ready to move on. They smiled, swallowed the lie as easily as they expected me to swallow theirs. But I knew exactly what I was doing. Every detail of the night was documented, every word, every move saved for later, for when the time was right. I poured wine, smiling, I cracked jokes, acted relaxed, distracted. They laughed, thinking I was back to being fragile. "You've always been too sensitive, Jess," his mother said with a loud laugh. I nodded and raised my glass to truth and justice. They laughed. So did I. But inside me, the revenge was already in motion. And none of them had any clue what was coming. I'd been feeling weak for weeks, dizzy, nauseous, forgetful, but everyone said it was emotional, just part of grieving. Even I started to believe it. The investigator had the tea and cookies analyzed, and the news he gave me knocked the air out of my lungs. A week later, the investigator called. His voice was tenser than before. "Mrs. Parker, the substance in the cookies and tea is indeed toxic. Low dosage, but with continuous exposure it can cause dizziness, fatigue, confusion." My heart stopped. He continued, "You can't stay in that house any longer. I'm forwarding the materials to thee in the meantime. Make up an excuse and leave immediately." This wasn't about revenge anymore. It was survival. I came up with a quick plan. Told my husband my mom had fractured both arms in a bad fall and needed me indefinitely. I packed my bags, grabbed my laptop, hard drives, everything I could use to keep monitoring the house. He didn't even question it, just said if you want to stay longer, go ahead. It might be good for you. Cold, distant. I just smiled. And the next night from a rented room, I accessed the cameras in my own house for the first time. I saw everything. His mom arriving the next day, snooping through the bedroom, the ex lounging on the couch like she owned the place, the two of them laughing, drinking wine from my cellar. I watched my husband playing my piano like the house was his, not ours. The pain cut deep, but it also fueled me. From that hiding place, exiled from my own life, I began writing it all down in detail. Every move they made was another piece on my revenge board. I filed an anonymous complaint to HR at his job, attaching the proof of suspicious payments made to the ex. A few days later, I heard he'd been placed on investigative leave. He thought it was just bad luck or jealous co-workers, but I knew his downfall had started, and it came from me, calm, calculated, no fingerprints. His mother started feeling the heat too. The ethics board accepted the complaint. She'd have to appear at a formal hearing. Her colleagues at the hospital started keeping their distance. Her perfect matriarch image crumbled day by day, and she had no idea where the blows were coming from. Meanwhile, the ex received subpoenas for receiving funds from questionable sources. One by one, the walls were closing in, and I didn't even have to raise my voice. A week later, I met with my sister-in-law. The only one in that family who seemed to have a conscience. She never got along with their mother. She was moving out of state and wanted to give me what she called the last piece of the puzzle. A flash drive with audio recordings she secretly captured during a family lunch weeks earlier. And there it was. My husband saying she's more useful alive than dead, but if she keeps getting in the way. The sentence just hung in the air. His mom murmured something. The ex laughed. That was the last straw. I sent the audio to the investigator, who immediately requested a meeting with the prosecutor. He advised me to keep my distance and remain completely silent. He said, "We're gonna bring this down with evidence, but only when the time is right." The next day, I created a fake profile and posted an anonymous note in a local Facebook whistleblower group. No names, but with details only someone from the house would know. In less than an hour, the post had gone viral. And that same night, I received an anonymous message. When I read it, my knees nearly gave out. That afternoon, I got a strange email. Unknown sender, no subject. I almost deleted it. But the first line grabbed me. "You don't know me, but I was at the cafe behind your mother-in-law, your husband, and a blonde woman." I think you need to know what I heard. My whole body froze. I kept reading. The author described the entire conversation between the three of them as if no one was listening. But someone was, and they chose to warn me. The email said the conversation was about me, my recent behavior, and something about a document she needs to sign soon before she gets suspicious. The blonde, clearly the ex, asked what they'd do if I refused. And my mother-in-law replied, "We're already working on it." Her emotional state is hanging by a thread. The witness said they left that cafe unable to stay quiet, and that if I was in danger, I deserved to know. The cafe mentioned in the email was near where my husband worked. I checked the address, found a live security camera feed on Google Maps, and cross-checked the time stamp with his credit card records. It all lined up. It was real. There was no name signed at the bottom, just the sentence. If it were me, I'd want someone to say something too. That hurt, but it also gave me fire. With this new piece, I sent everything to my lawyer. She took a deep breath as she read it and said, "You know, we already have enough for a formal complaint. But this story is still bleeding. If you want it to bleed slow, this is the moment." I agreed. My revenge had to stay controlled, but it was time to let it breathe. And that's how my next move was born, turning my story into whispers echoing across town. I created an encrypted file with edited audio clips, transcripts, and message screenshots. I sent it to 3 local Facebook groups, unsigned, with the caption, "She trusted them." They laughed. "The rest you need to hear to believe." In under 2 hours, the post was already going viral. And I, watching from a distance, could see the fear growing in their eyes, because now they knew someone was exposing them, but not who. That night he called me. His tone was flat but nervous. "Jess, do you know what's going on?" I said I had no clue, that I was taking care of my mom just like he suggested. "Someone's setting me up. They're destroying me. You'd tell me if you knew anything, right?" I just said maybe it's just the universe putting everyone in their rightful place, and I hung up. The crack in his voice was the first sound of defeat I'd heard. The next day, my lawyer called with even more disturbing news. "We just received an old medical file of yours. It came from an anonymous sender, and there's something off about it." She forwarded the document to me. It was in my name, dated 7 years earlier. Before I'd even met my husband, I didn't recognize the hospital, but the signature at the bottom stopped me cold. There it was, clear as day, Dr. Helen Parker, my mother-in-law's maiden name, a brief psychiatric treatment, stamped. Observational conduct suggested. None of it made sense. How could she have treated someone who wasn't even in her life yet? Or was she? The question started to eat away at me. And for the first time I realized, my revenge hadn't even started. I had no idea how deep the hole went. I sat frozen, staring at the signature. Dr. Helen Parker, my mother-in-law's maiden name. Date, August 7th, 7 years ago. Diagnosis, emotional instability, possible adjustment disorder. But I'd never been to that hospital. I would have remembered. And yet there was my name, my birth date, even my insurance number. It was official. And still, I'd never been there, at least not willingly. I contacted the hospital using a fake name, said I was a relative and needed more details about that old admission. The receptionist hesitated, but confirmed the document existed in the system. She said the treatment was brief and discreet at the family's request. My blood ran cold. What family? Who could have authorized that before I even knew the man who'd become my husband? Or had I known him and just didn't remember? I called my mom that same day, told her about the file. On the other end, silence, long and heavy. Then she exhaled. "Jess, there's something you don't know, and maybe you were never supposed to, but I think it's time." My head was spinning. She said that years ago, during my worst emotional phase after a car accident, I'd been briefly hospitalized. And that one of the doctors on staff was a family acquaintance. I'd never known her name. My mom cried, said she trusted the doctor, thought it was just a precaution, but afterward everything disappeared. No bills, no reports, nothing. It was all very strange, but you seemed so much better after. I thought it was best to move on. Back then, I'd been grieving something traumatic. And yes, I had a memory blackout for a few months. But was that really it? Or had someone erased parts of my story? I went back to the file and checked the fine print. There was a marginal note with an acronym, APE Assessment of Parental Eligibility. My heart pounded. That file wasn't just about my health. It was a psychiatric report about my fitness to care for children. But in 2018, I wasn't even thinking about becoming a mother. Was that added later? Or had someone been planning to interfere all along? This wasn't just family drama anymore. It was institutionalized manipulation. I sent the files to my lawyer. She was stunned, said it was serious. If your mother-in-law used her professional access to create or manipulate psychiatric reports in order to discredit you, that qualifies as a federal crime. The case was getting bigger, heavier. I started to realize that my revenge wasn't just against a rotten family. It was against a woman who had used the system to erase me, quietly, for years. The district attorney's office was alerted. The investigator began working secretly with a new legal team, but I couldn't wait anymore. I started drafting a new complaint, still anonymous, now focused on the criminal misuse of medical records. I built a new digital dossier with everything. The file, Helen's background, manipulated documents, and for the first time I named names, initials, dates, locations. I knew the press would chase it. 3 days later, an investigative journalist messaged me. Short, direct, "I need to speak with you. I know this doctor, and what she did to you wasn't the first time." My whole body broke out in chills. And when I picked up the phone, what she told me shattered everything I thought I knew about my past. Her voice was steady but heavy. She said she'd been investigating Helen Parker for years. She worked as a nurse but had ties with psychiatrists and private clinics, always involved in delicate cases of emotionally vulnerable women. My name popped up in a complaint, cross-referenced with files from another victim. "You're not the first, Jess. And maybe not the last." I couldn't breathe. According to the journalist, the other woman had been institutionalized against her will during a divorce. And guess who brokered the entire process with the hospital? Helen. The journalist continued, "She seems to follow a pattern: custody cases, inheritance battles, estate disputes, always siding with whoever wants to erase the woman. This wasn't just family drama, it was a modus operandi, and I had been carefully chosen from the start." She asked if I'd authorized the use of my documents for a full exposé, said the story was already in progress but needed a current victim with solid proof. I thought for a moment, and agreed, not just for revenge, but because I knew that if I stayed quiet, she'd do to someone else what she did to me. I sent it all. Within 24 hours, the journalist had already cross-referenced my story with two other women. 3 different lives, one name, Helen Parker. Meanwhile, on their end, chaos was spreading. My husband's company officially suspended him. The ex was summoned to testify as a recipient of illicit funds, and the mother-in-law had vanished, gone from the house. The hospital, the social circles, no one knew where she was, but I did. She was hiding, waiting for the bomb to go off, and she had no idea how big of an explosion I was planning. I was called in for an official statement with the DA. I brought the original documents, medical reports, screenshots, audio files. The room fell dead silent during my account. When I said the name Helen Parker, one of the prosecutors said that woman's come up in other cases, always through third parties, never directly. That was about to change. Now she'd have to answer, with name, face, and full history. As I left the hearing, I found an envelope stuck to my car's windshield, heavy paper, no name. Inside, a clipping from an old newspaper, a photo of Helen smiling next to a doctor. On the back, handwritten, "She's destroyed entire families, but you could be the last." That confirmed everything. Someone else was helping me, someone on the inside. And with every step I took, my revenge became more collective, more powerful, more inevitable. 3 days later, the expose went live. Headline: Nurse with ties to psychiatric clinics suspected of manipulating diagnoses to influence inheritance and legal cases. They didn't mention my name, but anyone who knew the family recognized it instantly. My husband's phone blew up. The ex deleted all her social media. And the mother-in-law didn't respond to a single journalist, but someone answered for her, and that was the scariest part. At midnight that same day, I got a call from a restricted number. The voice on the other end wasn't my mother-in-law's, it was a man's, and he said just one thing: "You messed with people bigger than you realize, be careful what comes next." Then silence. For the first time I felt real fear, but I also knew I'd gone too deep to back out now. The call put me on high alert. I knew Helen was dangerous, but I didn't think anyone would go so far as to threaten me for defending myself. I tightened my digital security, activated two-factor authentication on everything, scrubbed my online trail. I told my lawyer, who immediately contacted the investigator. He called me in for a meeting and said, "You're dealing with people who have connections, but you're more protected than you think." It was a strange balance, fear and power in equal measure. I went back over the documents I'd collected. One detail caught my eye: a mailing address that appeared in 2 different victims' files. It belonged to a medical foundation, apparently inactive. I Googled the name and found only an old, outdated website. But on the contact page, I recognized one of the directors, the same doctor from the old photo with Helen. The pieces were starting to fit. I sent this new info to the journalist. She was stunned, said if it checked out, the story would go national. The foundation had received millions in donations over the years. If there was medical fraud tied to financial gain, it would be a scandal. And Helen was the silent link, the woman behind the scenes, using her position to manipulate records, destroy reputations, and protect heirs on the right side of the fight. Meanwhile, my husband was falling apart. He called me every day, leaving increasingly frantic voicemails. "Jess, you won, okay? Just stop. My life's over." His voice was that of a cornered man. But I knew it wasn't guilt, it was fear, fear of being exposed, fear of losing his privileges. He wasn't thinking about me, he never did, it was always about him. But now he had nowhere left to hide. My mother-in-law was still missing, but the investigation moved forward. The nursing board permanently suspended her license. The hospital launched an internal review. The foundation was notified. The reporter published a second piece featuring new victims. Women who, like me, had been forcibly diagnosed, discredited, and pushed out of their own homes. It wasn't just a family drama, it was a repeated pattern. And now, finally, it was coming to light. Even with all that, something still gnawed at me. The signature on my file. It wasn't digital. It was handwritten. And the handwriting matched another document I kept in my safe. The domestic partnership contract I'd signed with my husband before the wedding. I compared the two. It wasn't a coincidence. The same curve in the P, the same slant in the H, it ate at me. I had signed a document, drafted by her. I went back into my hard drive and pulled up the folder with our original wedding paperwork. And there it was, an earlier draft, without the clause about separate property. That version was never filed. The signed one was, the one that left me with nothing. I sat in silence for minutes, feeling my throat tighten. I'd been manipulated from the start, by him, by her, by all of them. My family drama had been scripted like a trap, but now it was my turn to write the final act. That night I got a new email, no message, just an attachment. When I opened it, it was a photo, taken outside the building I was staying in, that same day. During sunset, in the bottom corner a line typed in red. "Are you alone now?" I stared at that photo for a long time. It was recent, taken from a car or a motorcycle, or maybe even someone on foot. The phrase, "Are you alone now?" felt more like a taunt than a direct threat. But still, that camera click marked me as a target, and that's exactly why I decided to act before they did. My revenge wouldn't be derailed by a cheap psychological game. I had another card to play. I called my lawyer and asked her to begin the annulment process for the domestic partnership contract. I sent her the different versions of the document, the psychiatric reports, the handwriting analyses. She replied this could turn into a criminal case too. Falsification, contract fraud, emotional abuse. He's going to come out of this with less than he came in, and that's exactly what I wanted, not just to expose them. I wanted to leave them with nothing. In parallel, I contacted a forensic handwriting expert. She reviewed the documents and confirmed, same handwriting, same person. Your mother-in-law's signature appears disguised as a witness, but she interfered in multiple sections. With that, we had the legal grounds to invalidate the contract. My lawyer smiled over the phone. "You're not just keeping your rights, you're becoming the name on the case." And this time the family drama would carry my name on the record. That same night I did something I'd been quietly planning. I uploaded all my evidence to a secure cloud. Then I shared it with two independent journalists from different states. No face, no voice. Just documents. I included 3 names, Helen Parker, Ethan Parker, and the ex-wife. The files were labeled by date, location, and record. There was no way to cover it up anymore. The truth was out, and I was safe even if they tried to silence me. On their side, the signs of panic were clear. The ex deleted all her social media. My mother-in-law's phone was disconnected, and my husband tried reaching out to my mom. He said he was worried about my mental state. She answered with a sentence that brought me to tears. "Jess isn't crazy. She's just not quiet anymore." For the first time, I felt my mom truly on my side, and it gave me new strength. The investigator gave me an update. Helen had been found in another state, staying at a distant cousin's house. She was trying to spin the story that she was the victim of defamation. But the reporter who'd been following the case was already on her way there. The prosecutor's office in that state had been alerted, and the victims were beginning to speak out publicly. It was the beginning of the fall, slow, painful, and way more devastating than a single scandal, but the threat was still in the air. I got another message, this time by mail, an envelope with a single sheet of paper, on it just one sentence. "You're going to lose everything if you keep going," and in the footer a name that made me shiver, a lawyer known for defending the dirty, the corrupt, the violent. That meant Helen still had allies, and that the war was far from over. But I had something she didn't anymore, the people on the right side. The next morning I woke up to a phone notification. One of the folders in the cloud had been downloaded more than 20,000 times in under 6 hours. The truth was spreading, but along with it came another alert. Someone had tried to hack into my bank account. That wasn't a coincidence. They were trying to retaliate, but what they didn't know was that the next move was already underway, and it wasn't coming from me. The attempted bank hack made one thing clear: they were desperate. And dangerous. But what came next was even more unexpected. I received an encrypted email with no identifiable sender. Inside was a single PDF attachment, and one line: "She destroyed my career, but not my memory." I opened the file and felt the weight of it before I even finished the first page. It was a full report, signed by a former colleague of Helen's at the hospital where she worked. The author was a psychiatrist who had been dismissed years ago, falsely accused of unethical conduct. In the report, he described how Helen falsified assessments, altered prescriptions, and suggested diagnoses to benefit relatives of influential patients. He had tried to report her at the time, and was silenced, fired, erased. And now, seeing my case gaining traction, he decided to speak up. I didn't know his name. But I knew this man had just become the most valuable piece on my revenge board. I sent the report to my lawyer and the journalist. Both confirmed it was authentic. The content was damning. It included altered patient records, written instructions signed by Helen, and even an email exchange where she suggested temporarily sedating the patient to make signing the consent easier. The patient in that case was another woman. But the pattern was the same. This wasn't just family drama anymore, it was serial crime. The reporter published the third article, this time with Helen Parker's full name and complete history. The impact was immediate. The piece spread across major outlets. The National Medical Board issued a statement. The hospital where she had worked said it was shocked and ashamed. The foundation's accounts were frozen for audit. And me. I stayed silent because my presence was more powerful when invisible. On the other side, my husband finally cracked. He called me in tears, begged for forgiveness, said he had no idea how far his manipulations went, that he only got involved with the ex because he was weak, and that he was trapped between the two of them. I listened in silence, and at the end I just said, "You weren't trapped, you were comfortable," and I hung up. Because the pain he caused couldn't be erased by guilt, the justice I wanted would come from somewhere else. With everything we'd gathered, my lawyer filed a joint action, contract annulment, damages for emotional distress, and a request to freeze both his and his mother's assets. The judge granted the request immediately. Within 72 hours, their accounts were frozen. The beach house they loved to flaunt was put up for sale in a panic. But it was too late. Helen's criminal record had been officially opened, and their downfall was public. Still, the war wasn't over. I got a new threat, an extrajudicial notice accusing me of defamation, signed by Helen's lawyer. My response was silent. I attached the medical report, the audio files, the screenshots, and submitted everything to the prosecutor's office. The investigator called me the same day. They tried to flip the game. Now we speeded up, and in that moment I knew the last piece of the castle was about to fall. At the end of the day, I got a call from the reporter. She sounded tense, said that during an interview with someone from Helen's past, she uncovered something that changed everything. Something that didn't just involve manipulation, but death, and that maybe my story wasn't just about personal revenge. Maybe it was about ending something that should have never started. The reporter spoke in a low voice, like she was afraid someone might be listening. The woman I interviewed was the niece of a patient who died in 2016. The case was filed as cardiac arrest. The victim had been admitted to a clinic where Helen worked as an external consultant. According to the niece, her aunt had just begun a contentious divorce, and a large inheritance was involved. The doctor who signed the final prescription, Helen Parker. The reporter said the documents were weak, but the story felt familiar. Vague reports, generic diagnoses, same handwriting, same pattern. For the first time, the term forced euthanasia came up. There was no hard proof, but the patterns were too strong to ignore. And now, with public exposure, more people started to come forward. It was a horror structure carefully protected for decades, but I was tearing it down, with evidence, strategy, and patience. The prosecutor's office ramped up the investigation. They started cross-referencing Helen's former patients with family litigation records. The overlaps were glaring. This woman had been manipulating the system for the benefit of others for years. She was the invisible villain behind countless family tragedies, and me, I was one of her last attempts to repeat the cycle, but with me she failed, because I fought back. The next morning the investigator called. "You'll need to testify in a public hearing. The DA wants you to be the face of this case." My stomach turned. I'd spent months trying not to be seen. My entire revenge had been carried out in silence. But now my presence could protect other women. And for the first time I felt it was fair to be seen, not as a victim, but as someone who survived what was meant to destroy her. At the hearing, I spoke with confidence. I told every detail, brought the documents, showed the differences between the contract versions, talked about the emotional manipulation, the falsified reports, the poison disguised as tea. As I left, I heard quiet applause from the audience. Some women were crying. One of them grabbed my arm and said, "She almost did this to me, too." That broke me, because now my pain had become a shield for others. 2 weeks later, Helen was officially indicted. The DA called it one of the most complex medical and financial manipulation schemes in recent years. My ex-husband lost every position of trust. The ex was charged with criminal conspiracy, and the foundation was dissolved by court order. Every piece fell, just as I promised, but without saying a word too soon. My revenge was never loud, it was precise. I returned to my house alone, the house that was mine from the start but that they tried to take from me. I redecorated everything, erased all traces of them. Hung one new frame on the wall, a copy of the lawsuit. With my name at the top, it was more than justice. It was proof that I survived, and that they'd never make me question my sanity again. My family drama had been bloody, quiet, and long, but it ended exactly where I wanted, with all of them beneath me. The following week I received a letter with no sender, delicate handwriting, white paper, just one line. I just wanted to be heard. "You were." It was from my sister-in-law. The only one brave enough to walk away before it all blew up. I kept the letter in my bedside drawer, and I never looked back. Because when you defeat monsters who use love as a weapon, the only real revenge is never returning to the cage. In the days after the conviction, the silence felt different. It wasn't fear anymore. It was a new beginning. The walls of my home felt like they were breathing with me. I opened the windows, painted the doors, changed the sheets, small touches but symbolic. For the first time in years, I could walk through my house without remembering every poison disguised as routine. Revenge had cleared the ground, but rebuilding, that was a whole new battle. Learning how to live again was harder than planning their downfall, because revenge gave me focus. It gave me purpose. Now I had freedom, but also a mirror watching me all the time. The Jess who survived wasn't the same woman who entered that marriage. I was someone else now, tougher, sharper, less romantic, but more myself. I started therapy. Slowly I realized that justice heals wounds, but doesn't erase scars. My mom came closer again. Our conversations, once strained, were now gentle. She apologized for the past, for being silent, for trusting the wrong people. She said she was proud that I hadn't lost my mind through all this. I told her I did lose it, just in a lucid way, and that's what saved me. She cried. "So did I sometimes. The biggest family drama is the silence between mother and daughter. We broke that, together." The reporter reached out again. The article had been nominated for a national award, but she wanted to thank me for something else, for showing that not every revenge is loud. Some are made of files, patience, and courage. She said more women came forward after my hearing, that some cases had been reopened, that the name Helen Parker, once feared, now caused nausea inside institutions. And that was more than I ever dreamed of. I started writing everything down, not to publish, just for me, so I wouldn't forget, so I'd never accept so little from anyone again. I turned my story into personal chapters. I wrote about the day I got the "do not eat" message, the day I was called unstable, the day I was almost erased from the world by a woman who thought she could toy with someone else's pain. And I wrote about the day I no longer needed revenge, because it was already done. I got a message from my ex-sister-in-law. She had moved to another state with her newborn baby. She said she was naming the little girl Jess. "Because you showed me what strength without shouting looks like." I cried for hours. It wasn't about glory or status. It was about knowing that my pain wasn't wasted. That someone who watched it all unfold understood there's life after abuse, and justice after silence. Some nights I still wake up startled. My body remembers what it felt like to be trapped in a hostile place. But now I get up, breathe, and remind myself I got out. They tried to destroy me from the inside, but ended up exposed from the outside. Revenge didn't turn me into a villain, it freed me from guilt. Because when we suffer in silence, the world calls us dramatic. When we speak out, they call us crazy. But when we win, there's nothing left for them to say. Then one day the phone rang, private number. A calm female voice said, "Only, you know me, but you don't know what I know." Before I could respond, she added, "Helen didn't do it alone," and hung up. That sentence, "Helen didn't do it alone," echoed in my head for days. I tried to remember voices, faces, people I overlooked while fighting to survive my own life. But nothing came. Until 2 days later, the reporter sent me an email. "You need to see this." Attached was a letter sent to the newspaper, signed by a former financial director of the foundation where Helen had worked as a consultant. The man claimed Helen never made decisions on her own, that there was always a man behind everything. A name that never appeared publicly but was listed as the foundation's main donor. A retired attorney. The name? Arthur Bellman. When I read it, my stomach flipped. Bellman had been the family lawyer on my father-in-law's side. And according to my mom, he was the one who helped with the brief hospitalization I couldn't remember. I researched everything. His name came up discreetly in 3 other stories tied to Helen, always in the background, always as a donor, legal advisor, or family representative. He never showed up in the scandals, but he was part of every structure. That's when it hit me. Helen was just a piece. Cold, cruel, the executor, but someone was funding it, covering for it, cleaning the trail. My revenge was nearly complete, but I hadn't found the source yet. I took the name to the DA's office. The investigator confirmed Bellman had come up in past complaints, but he'd always been shielded by reputation and connections. "We're drafting a formal request to break banking and communication confidentiality," he said. I asked, "Will that be enough to arrest him?" He replied, "Maybe, but it'll hurt more if it goes public before going legal." I smiled. For the first time, I felt like this revenge wasn't just mine anymore. It belonged to the whole system. I met with my attorney, told her I wanted to include Bellman in the lawsuit. She hesitated. "He's powerful and dangerous." Then she smiled. "But you've taken down people bigger than your own pain." "Let's do this." We began gathering everything. The records, the calls, the account traces, the foundations, every link between Bellman and my mother-in-law, the wrongful hospitalizations, the tampered inheritances. It was meticulous and bulletproof. While digging, I found something that knocked the wind out of me. Bellman had signed off on the registry office that validated the final version of my marriage contract. He was listed as the technical verifier, meaning he knew about the scam from day one. This wasn't a coincidence. It was a project, a legal manipulation scheme built with surgical precision, and I had fallen for it like so many others, but now I had the full map, and I was turning every piece against him. I handed everything to the reporter. She published a new article. This time, the title read, "The Man Behind Helen Parker." How a shadow lawyer bankrolled the country's largest emotional and financial manipulation scheme. Arthur Bellman's name, for the first time, was front and center. And while he scrambled to block the article in court, I was at the courthouse, signing the new petition. Jess Parker versus Arthur Bellman et al. This time, his last name came after mine. That evening, I got an envelope. Inside, a single sheet, a photo of Helen in court. Scribbled on the back in pen, "You only got this far because I let you," and what came with it was an offshore bank account number, with a transfer made by Bellman. On the day I was institutionalized, that transfer was the final puzzle piece. The money came from an account under a shell company's name, sent directly to the clinic where I was held against my will. Date: 2 days before Helen signed the medical recommendation. Amount $20,000. Purpose: emergency agreement. I'd been bought off, silenced with paid sedatives, and now the one responsible had a name, a signature, and a social security number. Arthur Bellman. I turned the document over to the DA and waited. I knew from that moment the system would move fast, and it did. Bellman was summoned, tried to hide behind lawyers, but the evidence was ironclad, claimed he was just helping families in crisis. But the donations, his ties to Helen, the forged contracts, the money trail, it all led straight back to him. This time no one could protect him. The court accepted the full charges. Bellman was indicted, not just in my case but in at least 6 others that surfaced after the expose. Some of the women hadn't even realized they were victims until they saw their stories mirrored in mine. And now, together, we formed a resistance. Silent. Steady, unbreakable. Our shared pain became strength, and my revenge was no longer mine alone. As for my former in-laws, there wasn't much left. My ex-husband was trying to rebuild his image with hollow, self-pitying videos. His ex vanished. Helen was convicted, banned from any medical practice, and awaited criminal trial under house arrest. And me? I was rebuilding, not on the ruins, but on what I'd never again allow them to take. My voice, my clarity, my truth. I was invited to one last interview. Symbolic, a year after the story broke. The journalist asked me, "Do you regret starting all of this?" I didn't hesitate. I regret waiting so long. Because deep down, every silenced woman carries an inner clock counting the years she spent thinking she was weak, overreacting, unstable, when really she was just being poisoned by someone else's comfort. I came home after the interview, sat on my porch, and closed my eyes. The sound of the wind brought me peace now. I didn't need applause or admiration. I just wanted my life clean, free, and I got a message. The Bellman case was transferred to federal court. I smiled, because it wasn't my battle anymore. It was the state picking up the war I began as a whisper that turned into a voiceless scream. Today I live in a beautiful home, wrapped in quiet, the kind that comforts, not threatens. I've relearned how to eat without fear, sleep without triple locking the door, laugh out loud without looking over my shoulder. My life is whole and happy. I have good people around me, a network I built myself, and love came when I least expected it. I met someone kind, someone who's never raised his voice but always hears me fully. Someone who didn't save me because I'd already done that, but who showed up to walk beside me, not to control me. He knows my story, every page, every pain, and still, or maybe because of that, he loves me gently. We plant flowers in the yard and grow a peace that once felt like fiction. If you liked this story, like and subscribe. Now click the video on the left and watch the next one. Story 7. How could you bring this shame on our family, Emma? My dad thundered, his voice filling every corner of the kitchen. He stood at the head of the table, his face lined with disappointment and fury. Eliza leaned casually against the counter, arms folded, her lips pressed into a thin line as she watched the scene unfold. I sat there, stunned, my heart racing, the weight of their judgment suffocating me. My name is Emma Morgan. I'm 26 years old, and tonight my world is unraveling. My father, the only parent I have left, looked at me as though I was a stranger. Eliza, my twin sister, the one who always managed to come out on top, didn't even try to defend me. And now, accused of something I didn't do, I realized I was completely alone. It all started when court orders arrived at my father's house, each one more alarming than the last. They claimed I had defaulted on multiple loans, accounts I had no memory of opening. In the past weeks, I had received some weird calls talking about loans that I was supposed to repay. I dismissed them as scam calls, but the accusations were official, and the weight of the legal threats hung over me like a storm cloud. That's when everything truly fell apart. "I didn't do it, Dad," I said, my voice shaking but firm. "I don't know how this happened, but it wasn't me." Eliza shifted, her eyes glinting as she finally spoke. "Come on, Emma, are you seriously denying it? Everyone knows your name is on the documents," she said, her voice laced with pity. "Why don't you just tell the truth and stop dragging this out?" My dad's expression hardened as he looked at me. "So what? Are you saying this is all a coincidence? The loans, the complaints, the accusations from people in those places. Why would they target you for no reason?" I swallowed hard, trying to keep my voice steady. "Because someone framed me, Dad. Someone used my name. I don't know how, but I swear to you I didn't do any of this." My eyes darted to Eliza, who raised her hands in mock surrender. "Framed? Really?" Eliza said, her tone dripping with disbelief. "Who would go through all that trouble, Emma? And why you of all people? This sounds more like an excuse than anything else." Dad shook his head, pacing the room. "Emma, I've always tried to be patient with you, but this is too much. You're not a child anymore. You need to take responsibility for your actions. Until you can, you're not welcome here." The words hit me like a slap, and I felt the ground beneath me shift. "Dad, you're kicking me out." I whispered. I stood there, frozen, as my father's words sank in. Eliza sighed dramatically and shook her head. "I hate to see this happen, but maybe some time away will help you reflect, Emma," she said, her voice honeyed with false concern. I looked at her, my throat tightening with anger and disbelief. "You're loving this, aren't you?" I said, my voice low. "You've been the perfect one your whole life, and now you're watching me take the blame for something I didn't do." "Eliza isn't the problem here, Emma," Dad snapped. "You are. Don't make this harder than it has to be. Pack your things and leave tonight." The finality in his tone left no room for argument. My chest ached as I turned away, blinking back tears, knowing that no matter what I said, no one would believe me. I packed my bags in silence, each item a painful reminder of the life I was leaving behind. The walls of my childhood room felt foreign now, as if they belonged to someone else, a version of me that no longer existed. Eliza leaned casually against the doorway, watching me with an unreadable expression. "I wish it didn't have to be this way," she said softly, her tone laced with sympathy that didn't quite feel real. I kept my back to her, shoving clothes into my duffel bag. "Yeah, me too," I muttered, my voice heavy with defeat. "It's just, everything looks so bad right now, Emma. Maybe some time away will help you figure out how this happened," she added. I froze for a moment, gripping the edge of the dresser. "I didn't do this," I said quietly. "I don't know how or why it's happening, but I didn't do it." Eliza sighed, stepping back into the hall. "I hope you figure it out for your sake." "Really, I do." Her words echoed in my mind as I zipped up my bag and walked out of the room, unable to shake the feeling that something wasn't adding up. But for now, all I could do was leave. The night air was cold and sharp as I stepped outside, my duffel slung over one shoulder. The house behind me, once a place of warmth and memories, now loomed like a shadow, filled with accusations and betrayal. I paused at the edge of the driveway, glancing back at the window where the light still glowed faintly. Dad hadn't even come out to see me leave. He'd made his decision and didn't care to look back. Eliza's voice echoed in my head. "I hope you figure it out for your sake." Her words felt hollow, yet they clung to me like a thorn. How had things gotten so twisted? Why was everything pointing to me when I hadn't done anything wrong? As I walked down the street, clutching the strap of my bag, I told myself one thing. I might not have answers now, but I wouldn't stop until I found them. Something didn't add up, and I was going to figure it out, even if no one believed me. The bus station was nearly empty when I arrived, the flickering, fluorescent lights casting long shadows across the tiled floor. I bought a one-way ticket to the nearest city, my fingers trembling as I handed over the cash. The clerk barely looked at me, sliding the ticket across the counter without a word. I found a seat in the corner, away from the few scattered passengers. The reality of it all began to sink in as I stared at the crumpled ticket in my hand. I was alone now, no home, no family to fall back on. My mind raced with questions I couldn't answer. How could everything fall apart so quickly? Who would go to such lengths to frame me? And why? The engine of an approaching bus rumbled in the distance, pulling me from my thoughts. As the vehicle rolled to a stop, I tightened my grip on my bag and stood. This wasn't the life I'd envisioned, but it was the one I had to face now, one step at a time. The first few days after leaving home were a blur of cheap motel rooms, instant noodles, and restless nights. I was barely holding it together, my mind spinning with everything I'd lost. But staying in bed and wallowing wasn't going to solve anything. I needed to survive, and that meant finding a job, any job. I landed a position at a small clothing store downtown. It wasn't glamorous, but it was something to keep me busy and bring in a paycheck. My co-worker, Mia, was a few years older than me, with bright red hair and a no-nonsense attitude. She didn't pry, but she had a way of getting me to talk without realizing it. One slow afternoon, as we folded shirts near the register, I found myself opening up about what had happened. "It's been a nightmare," I admitted, stacking a pile of sweaters. "I don't even know how my name got dragged into it. I've never done anything like that in my life." Mia paused, leaning against the counter. "That's rough," she said, frowning. "You said it was loans and fraud, right? Did you ever think, I don't know, maybe someone pretending to be you could have done it?" I stopped mid-fold, her words hitting me like a jolt. "Pretending to be me?" I repeated, the idea foreign but oddly plausible. "I mean, I guess it's possible, but who would go to that kind of trouble?" She shrugged, tilting her head. "I don't know. Is there anyone who looks enough like you to pull it off?" Her question hung in the air, heavy with implication. For a moment I couldn't answer. My mind flickered to the one person who fit that description perfectly. Eliza. But no. Why would she do something like that? Still, the seed of doubt had been planted, and I couldn't shake it. I hesitated, my hands frozen mid-fold. "There's my twin sister," I said slowly. The words tasting strange as they left my mouth. "We're identical. Eliza. But she would never do something like that. Everyone loves her." Mia raised an eyebrow, leaning her elbows on the counter. "A twin? Identical? Emma, come on, if someone's pulling this off, they'd need to look exactly like you." And you're telling me your twin is completely innocent? I shook my head, the idea twisting my stomach. She's always been the perfect one. My dad trusts her completely. Everyone does. There's no way she'd risk all that for something like this. Besides, why would she frame me? Mia gave a short laugh, the kind that wasn't meant to be funny. I don't know, jealousy? Spite. You'd be surprised what people are capable of when they think they won't get caught. I mean, who better to impersonate you than someone who looks just like you? Her words made me uneasy, but they also planted a nagging doubt in my mind. I didn't want to believe it, couldn't believe it, but the pieces started clicking together in a way I couldn't ignore. What if the person I trusted the most had been behind everything all along? That night I lay awake in my tiny apartment, staring at the cracks on the ceiling. Mia's words echoed in my mind, refusing to let me rest. Who better to impersonate you than someone who looks just like you? Eliza had always been the center of attention, the one who could talk her way out of anything. And me? I was the quiet one, the easy target. But could she really do something so cruel? I pulled out my phone, scrolling through old photos. There we were, Eliza and me, side by side, practically mirror images. I remembered how she used to joke about how easy it would be to trick people. Back then it seemed harmless, just her being playful. But now it felt like those jokes were hiding something darker. As much as I didn't want to admit it, a part of me couldn't shake the possibility. If it was Eliza, she'd gone to great lengths to make sure I took the fall. And if that was true, I needed proof. I couldn't confront her or anyone else without evidence. This wasn't just about clearing my name anymore. It was about finding the truth, no matter how much it hurt. The next morning, I made a decision. I wouldn't call my dad or Eliza, not yet. If there was even a chance Mia was right, confronting them without proof would only make things worse. Instead, I'd focus on finding answers. At work, I told Mia I wanted to look into it, unsure how she'd react. To my surprise, she grinned and clapped her hands together. Finally, I was wondering if you'd decide to fight back. Let me help, she said, her enthusiasm catching me off guard. You don't have to get involved, I said, nervously twisting a hanger in my hand. Don't be ridiculous, I live for this kind of stuff, Mia replied with a wink. Besides, two heads are better than one, right? Let's start with the basics. Where did these fraud claims come from? Do you have any paperwork or details? I nodded, pulling a folder from my bag. I'd managed to keep copies of the notices that had been sent to my dad's house. Mia scanned through them, her eyes narrowing as she flipped the pages. Most of these are linked to loans and accounts, she said, tapping the papers with her finger. We should check where these were opened. Maybe there's a trail we can follow. For the first time in weeks, I felt a glimmer of hope. Mia's determination gave me strength, and together we began piecing together the puzzle. If Eliza or anyone else was behind this, we'd find out, one way or another. It all started when court orders began arriving at my father's house, each one more alarming than the last. They claimed I had defaulted on multiple loans, accounts I had no memory of opening. The accusations were official, and the weight of the legal threats hung over me like a storm cloud. Over the next few days, Mia and I worked tirelessly. During our lunch breaks and after shifts, we sat at her tiny kitchen table, combing through the paperwork and trying to track the accounts. She had a knack for details, noticing things I'd overlooked, like slight variations in handwriting and the locations where the accounts were opened. Look at this, she said one afternoon, sliding a document toward me. The signature here doesn't match yours exactly. It's close but not identical, and all of these accounts, they were opened in the next city over. I stared at the paper, my heart pounding. Eliza was in that city a couple of years ago. She said it was for a volunteer project. I paused, the words catching in my throat. Do you think? Mia leaned back in her chair, her expression serious. It's starting to look like someone used your name while they were there. And if she was the one spending time in that city, well, she let the sentence hang, the implication heavy. I swallowed hard. I don't want to jump to conclusions, but it's starting to feel like all the roads lead to her. Mia nodded. We'll need more. If she really did this, there'll be a bigger trail. Let's check for any transactions or other records linked to these accounts. Her confidence gave me the push I needed. I wasn't ready to accuse Eliza outright, but the pieces were falling into place. I could feel it. We were getting closer to the truth. The first place on the list was a small credit union on the edge of town. Mia and I stepped inside, the faint smell of paper and stale coffee lingering in the air. A young woman behind the counter glanced up and smiled. "Welcome back," she chirped. I froze. "Excuse me?" The woman's smile faltered slightly, but she recovered quickly. "Oh, sorry, I thought you'd been in here before. You look so familiar." Mia shot me a quick look but said nothing. I forced a smile and approached the counter. "Actually, I'm here about a loan that was opened in my name. I need to understand the details." The woman nodded, typing something into her computer. As her eyes scanned the screen, she frowned slightly. "Yes, I see the account. It was opened 2 years ago. You provided the documents in person, so we'll just need to verify a few details." "In person," I repeated, my voice shaking. "Yes," she said slowly, her gaze darting between me and the screen. "You brought your ID and signed the forms here in the branch." She hesitated, then added, "It was during a quiet afternoon. I remember because we chatted briefly about how warm it was for that time of year." Mia leaned casually against the counter, her expression calm but her eyes sharp. "Is there any chance you could pull up a copy of those documents? We'd like to check everything carefully." The employee hesitated. "I can't let you take them, but I can show you the scans in the system." She turned the monitor slightly, and there it was. My name, my signature, and my face. Except it wasn't my face. Not exactly. Mia stepped closer, her voice low. "Emma, that's your sister, isn't it?" My stomach dropped. The face on the screen was identical to mine, but with subtle differences I couldn't deny. It was Eliza. My hands trembled as the truth I'd been avoiding stared back at me. We visited 2 more locations that day, each experience eerily similar. At every bank or loan office, the employees acted like they knew me, greeting me with familiarity or referencing conversations I'd never had. At one office, a middle-aged man behind the desk even chuckled. "Back again? Didn't think we'd see you so soon," he said, shuffling through papers on his desk. I forced a polite smile, my stomach twisting. "Actually, I'm here about some discrepancies with an account opened in my name," I said carefully. His smile faded slightly and he glanced up at me. "You're saying there's an issue, but you provided all the documentation yourself when you were here last month." Mia leaned forward, her tone casual but firm. "Was there any ID involved? Maybe you still have it on file?" The man frowned but nodded. "Of course, let me pull up the account." When the documents appeared on his screen, my heart sank. The face staring back at me from the ID was unmistakable. Eliza's face wearing my name. My stomach churned as realization hit me like a freight train. It was Eliza all along. The face on the ID, the signature on the forms, the confident way she'd carried out the scams, it was her. My twin sister, my own flesh and blood, had used our identical looks to steal my name, my identity, and leave me to bear the fallout. I stared at the screen in disbelief, my chest tightening with a mix of betrayal and rage. Mia placed a steadying hand on my shoulder, her expression a mix of sympathy and quiet fury. "She's been setting you up from the start," Mia said softly, her words cutting through the silence like a blade. I wanted to scream, to cry, to storm out of the room and demand answers from Eliza. But all I could do was sit there, frozen, as the full weight of what she'd done crashed down on me. My own sister had framed me, and my father had believed her without question. As we left the office, my mind raced, piecing together everything I had ignored or brushed off over the past year. Eliza's sudden obsession with high-end fashion, the designer handbags, the tailored coats, the expensive jewelry she'd flaunted at family dinners. I'd asked her once how she could afford it all, and she'd laughed it off, saying, "Oh, just a little treat for myself. You know I've been saving up." At the time, I believed her. Why wouldn't I? She was always the one who had everything figured out. But now those memories took on a sinister edge, the way she'd avoided specifics, the extravagant purchases that didn't match her modest job, the smug look she'd get whenever I questioned her success. It all made sense. She hadn't been saving up. She'd been using my name to fund her lavish lifestyle, leaving me to face the consequences. The next day, I met with a lawyer named David Cole, a calm, middle-aged man with a sharp gaze that seemed to see through every word. His office was modest but orderly, with files stacked neatly on his desk and a faint scent of coffee lingering in the air. "I've been notified that I defaulted on multiple loans," I explained, my voice steady despite the nerves bubbling under the surface. "I didn't mean for this to happen, but I need to understand the legal implications if I don't pay or if I do. David leaned back in his chair, clasping his hands. If you pay off the defaulted loans, it won't erase the records of the defaults. It can prevent further legal action, like lawsuits or wage garnishments. However, your credit history will still show the defaults unless the lenders agree to remove them, which isn't guaranteed. I nodded, digesting the information. And if I don't pay, that's a different matter, he said. The lenders could escalate to lawsuits to recover the funds. If they win, they could seek judgments against you, which might include seizing assets or garnishing wages. It could also hurt your ability to secure credit or loans in the future. His explanation was clear, but it left a sinking feeling in my stomach. Would paying them off at least help clear my name, even if the defaults stay on record? David tilted his head, considering. It could show good faith that you're taking responsibility and trying to resolve the issue. But clearing your name entirely would require addressing how the loans came about in the first place. If there's any question of identity theft or fraud, that would need to be investigated. I nodded, my heart pounding. I wasn't ready to bring up Eliza or the possibility of fraud, not yet. For now, I just needed to focus on what could be done and how much worse things could get if I didn't act. I hesitated for a moment before speaking. What if, hypothetically, someone had stolen my identity and used it to open those loans? Would that change anything? David leaned forward, his sharp gaze narrowing slightly. If your identity was stolen, that's a serious matter. You wouldn't be legally responsible for the loans, but you'd need to provide evidence to prove you weren't the one who opened them. That typically involves filing a police report, notifying the lenders, and disputing the accounts with the credit bureaus. And what happens if I can't prove it wasn't me? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Then it becomes much more complicated, he replied. The burden of proof is on you to show you didn't open the accounts. Without that, lenders will continue to treat you as the responsible party. But if you can gather any evidence, like being in a different location at the time or showing discrepancies in the application documents, it can make a big difference. I nodded, his words sinking in like weights on my shoulders. So paying them off wouldn't clear my name if they think I'm the one who opened the loans. Not entirely, David said. It would stop the legal actions against you for defaulting, but the history of the loans and the assumption that you opened them would remain unless you prove otherwise. If there's even a chance someone else is behind this, you need to investigate it now. The longer you wait, the harder it'll be to gather evidence. I nodded again, my mind racing. His advice made sense, but it also meant I couldn't avoid the truth forever. David's expression softened slightly as he leaned forward, his voice steady. If you can prove that your identity was stolen and you weren't the one who opened those loans, you won't be held liable for the debts. The lenders will have to close the fraudulent accounts and stop pursuing you. Your credit report can also be corrected to remove the negative marks associated with those accounts. Relief flickered for a moment before another question crept in. And what happens to the person who stole my identity? That depends, David said, his tone firm. If you provide evidence of identity theft, it becomes a criminal matter. Law enforcement could get involved and the person responsible could face charges for fraud, forgery, or other related crimes. Penalties could include fines, restitution to the lenders, or even prison time, depending on the severity of the case. I swallowed hard. So if I come forward with proof, I'll be cleared. But the person behind this, they could face serious consequences. Yes, he said, meeting my eyes. But clearing your name is your priority. If someone close to you is responsible, I know it might feel complicated. But remember, this isn't just about money. It's about justice and protecting yourself from further harm. I nodded slowly, his words settling heavy in my chest. If it came to that, I'd have to make a choice. Protect the person who betrayed me or finally fight for my own truth. The decision weighed heavily on me, but I knew I couldn't keep running from the truth. Eliza had to face the consequences of what she'd done, not just for me, but for the family she had deceived so easily. I couldn't let her actions ruin my life, but at the same time, the thought of sending her to jail made my stomach churn. That's when the plan formed in my mind. I would confront her, but on my terms. My family used to have a big gathering every year. At the family reunion, with everyone present, I'd lay out the proof of what she did. I wanted her to feel the weight of her betrayal, to see the disappointment in our father's eyes, and to be held accountable for what she'd done to me. But I wouldn't turn her in to the authorities, not if she agreed to make it right. Eliza would have to settle the loans she'd taken out in my name. She would fix this mess and take responsibility quietly, without dragging me through further humiliation or legal battles. It was a compromise, one that spared her the worst consequences while giving me the justice I deserved. The family reunion was only a week away. That gave me just enough time to gather everything I needed, every document, every piece of evidence, every fact that would leave no room for her to deny what she'd done. This time, Eliza wouldn't talk her way out of it. She would face the truth, and so would everyone else. The days leading up to the reunion felt like a blur. Every spare moment was spent combing through the evidence I had gathered, photos of the forged documents, bank statements, and even the recordings of the bank employees who had unwittingly confirmed Eliza's actions. Each piece fit together like a puzzle, building an undeniable case against her. Mia was by my side through it all, her relentless energy keeping me focused when the weight of it all threatened to crush me. "You've got this, Emma," she said as I packed the files into a neat folder the night before the reunion. "Just stick to the plan. Don't let her twist this around." I nodded, my hands trembling slightly as I zipped the folder shut. "She's been doing this for so long, Mia. What if no one believes me? What if Dad sides with her again?" Mia placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "This time you're not just speaking your truth, you're showing it. They can't argue with facts, Emma. You've done everything you can. Now it's time to let the truth do the rest." Her words stayed with me as I went to bed that night, my nerves tangled with anticipation. Tomorrow everything would change, one way or another. The moment I stepped through the door, a wave of cold stares hit me like a slap to the face. Conversations halted mid-sentence, heads turned, and I felt the weight of 50 pairs of judgmental eyes boring into me. My heart pounded, but I straightened my shoulders and walked further into the room, refusing to let their disgust break me. Whispers followed me as I passed. "Can you believe she had the nerve to show up? After everything she's done? Unbelievable. I heard she's being taken to court." The room was packed, with relatives I hadn't seen in years filling the space. My dad stood near the fireplace, talking to Uncle Richard, but when he saw me, his face darkened. Eliza, ever the actress, stood near the buffet table, surrounded by a group of cousins who hung on her every word. She glanced at me, her eyes narrowing slightly, but her expression quickly shifted into one of practiced pity. "Emma," Dad called, his voice clipped and cold, "I'm surprised you even showed up." I forced a polite smile and held my ground. Of course I showed up. It's a family reunion, isn't it? The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Eliza sauntered over, a drink in her hand, her voice dripping with condescension. "It's brave of you to come here after everything that's been going on," she said sweetly. "I know things have been difficult for you lately." I clenched my fists at my sides, my folder tucked securely under my arm. "You have no idea, Eliza, but that's why I'm here. I have something to say, and I think everyone here deserves to hear it." The room went silent as her smirk faltered slightly, replaced by a flicker of unease. This time I wasn't going to let her control the narrative. This time the truth would speak for itself. I stepped forward, my heart pounding so loudly I could barely hear myself think. The room fell into an uneasy hush, all eyes glued to me. I could see the disbelief, the anger, the pity in their faces, but I focused on Eliza. Her smug confidence was still there, but I noticed the faintest flicker of tension in her eyes. She knew something was coming. I began, my voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through me. "I know many of you have heard things about me recently, things that make me look like a liar and a thief. I've been accused of defaulting on loans I never took and ruining the family's reputation. It's hurt me deeply to think that so many of you believe I could do something like that." I paused, scanning the room, letting the silence settle. Eliza shifted slightly, her smile thinning. "But I didn't come here to plead my innocence with words alone. I came here with proof." I pulled the folder from under my arm and held it up. "Everything I'm about to show you is documented and verifiable. Bank statements, witness testimonies, even recordings from the places where these loans were supposedly taken out." Murmurs rippled through the crowd, and I opened the folder holding up the first document, a scan of the loan application with Eliza's forged signature and photo. This is the application for one of the loans. The signature isn't mine. The photo ID, though it uses my name, isn't me. It's her. I pointed directly at Eliza. Gasps echoed through the room, and her confident facade cracked for just a moment before she quickly recovered. "That's ridiculous," she said, her voice rising as she laughed nervously. "Why would I ever do something like that? Emma, this is desperate even for you." But I didn't stop. I laid out every piece of evidence, the mismatched handwriting, the dates she'd been in the cities where the loans were taken out, the employees' descriptions of her. Piece by piece, the puzzle came together and the crowd turned their eyes to Eliza, their expressions shifting from pity for me to suspicion toward her. By the time I finished, the room was buzzing with tension. I looked directly at my father, his face pale, his eyes darting between me and Eliza. "Dad," I said, my voice softer now, "I know you don't want to believe this, but the truth is right here. She used my name, my identity to fund her lifestyle, and I've been left to pick up the pieces." Eliza stepped forward, her voice shrill. "This is insane. She's lying, trying to turn everyone against me because she's jealous. You all know she's always been jealous of me." But the weight of the evidence spoke louder than her words, and for the first time I saw doubt flicker in the eyes of those who had always believed her. The room was filled with stunned silence as I finished speaking, my evidence laid bare for all to see. Faces that once held disgust and judgment now showed shock and disbelief, their gazes shifting from me to Eliza with growing unease. Whispers spread like wildfire, and I could see the shift, slow at first but undeniable. They believed me. For the first time, the weight of their judgment lifted, replaced by the crushing realization of what Eliza had done. Eliza's face twisted with anger as the whispers grew louder, the weight of the evidence pressing down on her. "This is ridiculous," she snapped, her voice sharp and trembling. "I don't have to stand here and listen to these lies." She shoved past the crowd, her heels clicking furiously against the floor as she stormed toward the door. "You're all pathetic for believing her," she shouted over her shoulder before disappearing into the night, leaving the room in stunned silence. As soon as the door slammed shut behind Eliza, the room erupted into a mix of murmurs and hesitant apologies. A few relatives approached me, their voices soft, laden with guilt. "I'm so sorry, Emma," one cousin said, her eyes welling with tears. "We had no idea, but I couldn't stay to listen." My heart raced as I turned and followed Eliza pushing past the crowd. I needed to confront her alone. "Emma, wait," my dad's voice called after me. I hesitated for a moment, then kept going. I heard his footsteps behind me as I stepped into the cool night air, scanning the parking lot for Eliza. There she was, fumbling with her car keys, her hands shaking as she tried to unlock the door. "Eliza," I shouted, my voice echoing in the quiet lot. She froze, then turned to face me, her expression a mix of fury and panic. My dad caught up, his breath ragged, and looked between the two of us, confusion and anger etched on his face. "What the hell is going on here?" he demanded, his voice breaking the tense silence. I stepped forward, my eyes locked on Eliza. "You're not running away from this, we need to talk right now." Eliza's eyes darted between me and our dad, her panic barely concealed beneath her defiant glare. She crossed her arms, leaning against the car as if she could shield herself from what was coming. "Admit it, Eliza," I said, my voice steady but firm. "Tell Dad the truth about what you did, or I'll have no choice but to take this to the authorities." Her jaw tightened, and for a moment I thought she might lash out, but the weight of the situation was pressing down on her and she knew it. "Eliza," Dad said, his voice shaking, filled with anger and desperation. "Is what Emma's saying true? Did you really do this?" Eliza scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Fine," she snapped, throwing up her hands. "Yes, I did it, okay? I used her name for the loans. I didn't think it would get this far. I figured it'd all blow over and no one would even notice." Dad staggered back a step, his face pale. "How could you? To your own sister, to this family?" "I didn't think she'd be such a martyr about it," Eliza shot back, her voice cracking. "I needed the money, and she's always been flying under the radar. I thought she'd just take the heat and move on." I shook my head, my heart pounding. "You didn't just hurt me, you destroyed my life, and I was ready to let you get away with it if you just own up to it and fix it. But if you don't settle those loans and clear my name, I'll make sure everyone knows what you've done, including the police." Eliza froze, the weight of my ultimatum hanging heavy in the air. For once, she had no comeback, no way to charm her way out of the mess she'd created. Eliza's defiance crumbled, her shoulders sagging as tears welled in her eyes. She looked down at the ground, unable to meet either of our gazes. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "I never meant for it to get this bad, I didn't think it through." Dad stared at her, his expression a mix of disappointment and disbelief. "You didn't think?" "Eliza, do you realize what you've done to your sister, to this family?" She wiped at her eyes, shaking her head. "I'll fix it," she said quickly, her voice trembling. "I'll pay back everything, I'll settle the loans, I'll clear Emma's name, I swear, I'll do whatever it takes to make this right." I watched her carefully, searching for any hint of manipulation, but for the first time, Eliza looked genuinely ashamed. "You better mean that," I said, my voice firm but quieter now. "Because if you don't, I won't hesitate to take the next step." "This is your last chance, Eliza," she nodded frantically. "I do. I'll do it, Emma, I promise." Over the next few weeks, Eliza kept her word. She contacted the banks, paid off the defaulted loans, and provided statements clearing me of any involvement. It wasn't an easy process, and it didn't erase the damage overnight, but step by step, my name was restored. While I couldn't forget what she'd done, I felt a sense of closure. In the end, justice was served, not through revenge, but through accountability. Eliza's actions left scars, but they also gave me the strength to stand up for myself and reclaim my life. My family began to see me for who I truly was, not the person they had unfairly judged. Though trust with Eliza would take time, I found peace in knowing I had finally stepped out of her shadow and into my own light. Story 8. Just a few more days and I'll have my name on Elias' deed. One wrong text revealed the woman I loved was faking everything, and I couldn't breathe knowing our future was just her strategy. But I knew she never loved me. Tuesday morning, October. Coffee getting cold. Phone buzzes. Text from Camille, my fiancé of 3 months. "Just a few more days and I'll have my name on Elias' deed. Then it's all mine. The brownstone's worth $2.8 million, and once we're married, I can push for joint ownership of his investment accounts too." Marcus was right. These finance guys are so easy to manipulate when you know which buttons to push. "Can't wait to celebrate with you this weekend." My chest hollowed out. 30 seconds later, "Oops, LOL, wrong person," was quoting a TV show. A TV show, right. I screenshot both messages. Then I checked our shared tablets browsing history. "Protecting your financial future through matrimony." "Prenup avoidance, a woman's guide." "Community property laws, what he doesn't want you to know." The searches went back months. Some dated to before we got engaged. I called my attorney, Charlotte Whitmore. "I need to see you today, and I need to know exactly what rights my fiancé has to my property." Charlotte's office felt like an operating room, all clean lines and cold glass, perfect for what I needed to do. "Show me," she said. I handed her my phone, watched her face change as she read those messages. Her jaw went tight. Her knuckles went white, gripping the desk. "Jesus, Elias, how bad is it? How long has she been living with you?" 8 months. The words tasted bitter. "Any rent payments, any lease agreement?" "Nothing. I never asked her to pay anything, thought I was being generous." I felt like an idiot saying it. Charlotte leaned back. "Good, that saves your ass. Right now today she's what we call a licensee. A guest who overstayed her welcome. She has zero legal claim to your property. But if we get married, community property kicks in. She could claim the house, your investments, everything you've built, and if she's as calculating as these texts suggest." She didn't need to finish, I got it. "So what's the plan? We move fast, we move quietly, and we make sure she's out before she knows what hit her." Charlotte pulled out a legal pad. "Started making lists. 48 hours, maybe less. We need to remove her from everything simultaneously. Can't give her time to establish tenancy rights or claim you're trying to force her out illegally." "What exactly are we talking about?" "Bank accounts first, credit cards. Then we change every lock in that house. Professional movers pack her stuff while she's at work. Notice to vacate taped to the door. Security cameras so we have documentation of everything." My chest felt tight. "This feels cold, calculated, good. That's exactly what it needs to be. She was planning to rob you blind, Elias. Don't feel guilty for protecting yourself." She handed me a small digital recorder. "One more thing, record every conversation you have with her from now on. If this gets messy, we need evidence." "You think it'll get messy?" I think someone who runs a con this sophisticated doesn't go down without a fight. Wednesday morning, 7 a.m., coffee in hand, phone in the other. Time to dismantle my life with her piece by piece. First call, the bank. I need to remove an authorized user from my checking account. Can I ask the reason, Mr. Ford? Change in relationship status. Click. Done. Camille's access vanished like it never existed. Second call, Chase. I need to remove an authorized user from my credit cards. All of them? Every single one. Third call, American Express. Same script, same result. By 9 a.m., Camille was financially cut off from my life. Every card, every account, every way she could spend my money gone. My hands were shaking, but not from nerves, from adrenaline. For the first time since reading that text, I felt like I was fighting back. Fourth call, Premier Locksmith Services. I need you here at 3 p.m. sharp. Complete lock change, every door, high security deadbolts, and I need it done fast. How many locks we talking about? 5, front door, back door, side entrance, basement, and the office. Rush job's gonna cost extra. I don't care what it costs. Fifth call, Metropolitan Storage Solutions. I need a full packing service tomorrow morning. Professional, discreet, fast. What size job? One person's belongings, clothes, personal items, electronics, everything that's not mine. We can have a team there at 8 a.m. By noon, the machine was in motion, every call made, every service scheduled. I felt like a general preparing for war. Charlotte texted, "Security cameras," I called the locksmith back. "You do security systems too? Best in the city." Add it to the job. 3 p.m. The locksmith arrived, professional crew, no questions asked. I watched them work, replacing every lock with military-grade hardware. These cameras, the lead guy explained, store everything in the cloud. Motion-activated night vision, crystal-clear audio. You'll get alerts on your phone. Perfect. While they worked, I wrote the note, rewrote it, made it perfect. Camille, your exit has been orchestrated with more grace than your entrance. Your belongings will be in storage unit 247 by 5 p.m. tomorrow. The address is attached, paid for 1 month. The keys to this house no longer work. Neither do the credit cards. Any further communication should go through my attorney, Charlotte Whitmore. Her card is attached. Farewell. Elia's, I placed it on the kitchen counter, right where she always put her purse. Weighted it down with the engagement ring she'd left there that morning. 4:30 p.m., job done. 5 new locks, all keyed the same, security system armed and recording. The house felt different already, safer, mine again. I spent the rest of the day at my office downtown trying to work but mostly watching the clock. Waiting. 6:47 p.m., my phone buzzed, motion alert. I opened the app and there she was. Walking up to my front door like she owned the place. Shopping bags in her hands, relaxed smile on her face. She looked happy. She reached for her keys. The first key didn't work. She jiggled it, tried again. Nothing. I watched her face change. Confusion first, then disbelief, then something like panic creeping in around the edges. She tried the second key, then the third. Through the camera's audio, I heard her muttering, "What the hell?" She cupped her hands against the window, peering inside. That's when she saw the note. The shopping bags hit the ground. I watched her face as she read it, watched the color drain from her cheeks, watched her mouth fall open. Then she pulled out her phone. "Madison, it's me." Her voice was shaky, high-pitched. "I'm locked out." "No, he changed the locks. He fucking changed the locks." She started pacing on my front porch, back and forth like a caged animal. "He knows, Madison, about the plan, about everything. God, I think I blew it. I think I blew the whole thing." She was crying now. Mascara running down her face, designer clothes wrinkled from clutching at them. "I don't know what to do. He's not answering his phone. There's a note and, Madison, I think I'm fucked. Really fucked." She tried calling me. Once, twice, 3 times, 4. I watched each call light up my screen. I watched myself decline every single one. Finally, she seemed to pull herself together, wiped her face, straightened her clothes, walked back to her car. But before she got in, she turned and looked directly at the camera. For a moment, our eyes met through the lens. Even through the screen, I could see the calculation returning, the wheels turning. She was already planning her next move. That night, I slept better than I had in months. The house was quiet, peaceful. No tiptoeing around someone else's schedule, no wondering what she was really doing when she said she was working late, just me and the truth. And tomorrow, the movers would finish the job. Thursday night, unknown number. "Elias, we need to talk." I hit record. Any communication should go through my attorney. Please. Just give me 5 minutes. That text wasn't what it looked like. Then explain it. Smooth lie about testing Madison's loyalty, fake message to see if her friend was jealous. And the websites, the searches about community property laws, silence. You went through my browsing history, my tablet, my house that you were planning to steal. I wasn't planning to steal anything. I love you. The manipulation was impressive. Reframing theft as love, calculation as concern. Where are you staying? Does it matter? You threw me out like garbage. I returned you to your legal residence. You never lived here, Camille. You stayed here. Jesus, Elias, I shared your bed for 8 months. So did I until I learned you were running a business off of it. Silence. Then, what do you mean? I mean I know about the coaching, the other women, Marcus. A sound barely human. Gasp, sob, terror. I don't know what you're talking about. Then you won't mind if my attorney subpoenas your business records. Line went dead. Text from unknown number. This isn't over. You have no idea what you've done. Friday morning. 8:47 a.m. I was trying to pretend life was normal, reviewing property listings over coffee when Charlotte called. We found her business, Elias. Something in her tone made my chest tight. What kind of business? It's called The Silk Strategy, a woman's guide to wealth through romantic leverage. The coffee mug slipped from my hand, hit the desk, coffee everywhere. How big? My voice didn't sound like mine. Big enough to involve the FBI. The room started spinning. I gripped the edge of my desk. Elias, you there? How many women? Over 200 clients. Maybe 300. She's been running this for 2 years, charging between $2,000 and $5,000 for what she calls strategic dating consultation. My stomach dropped through the floor. 200 women, all learning how to do what she did to me. It gets worse, Charlotte continued. She has courses. Deed before I do, lock in the real estate before the ring. The art of asset acquisition. Prenup prevention, making it his idea. Jesus fucking Christ. She's been teaching women to target wealthy men, gain financial access, position themselves for maximum extraction. It's like a university for gold diggers. I couldn't breathe. The walls felt like they were closing in. Elias, she has a private forum where her clients share success stories, screenshots of bank statements, property transfers, expensive gifts. One woman bragged about getting a $75,000 Tesla 3 weeks into dating some tech guy. Are you telling me this is legal? That's the million-dollar question. What she's doing walks the line between unethical and illegal. The smart ones actually marry their targets, play wife for a few years, then divorce and take half of everything. It's a long con. Exactly. Marriage, establish community property, then strategic divorce. Some of these women are making 6 figures a year off this. My phone was buzzing, text from an unknown number. I almost ignored it, but something made me look. Hi, this is Lana. I got your number from Madison. I think you should know that Camille St. James coached me last year. I'm really sorry about what happened to you. Can we talk? I stared at the message. One of her students, reaching out to apologize. Charlotte, I think one of her clients just contacted me. Don't respond yet. We need to loop in the FBI first. The FBI? Marcus Delaney, ring any bells? She mentioned him in that text, said he was right about finance guys being easy marks. Marcus Delaney has a record longer than my arm: cyber fraud, identity theft, attempted extortion. He got out of federal prison 18 months ago. My blood turned to ice water. Prison. He's been advising Camille on the technical side. How to research targets, access financial information, cover digital tracks. This isn't just some coaching business, Elias. This is organized fraud. The room tilted. I had to sit down. How deep does this go? We're still finding out. But from what we can tell, they've got systems, databases of potential targets, background check protocols. Even coaching on how to fake personality traits to match what different types of men are looking for. She studied me, like a lab rat, and you weren't just practice, Elias. You were the case study, the golden goose. She's been telling her clients about you for months. What do you mean? We found forum posts where she talks about the real estate consultant. How she's manipulating him into adding her to property worth nearly $3 million, how she's established access to his investment accounts, how she's going to leverage the engagement into community property claims. I felt sick, actually physically sick. She was teaching other women to do this to other men. Every step of the way, your relationship was her master class. I hung up and ran to the bathroom. Threw up everything I'd eaten that morning. When I came back, my phone was buzzing again. Different number. This is David Chen. I think Camille St. James might have coached the woman who destroyed my life. Please call me. Then another one. Hi, this is Tom. I saw your name in some FBI paperwork. I think we need to talk. And another. Elias, my name is James. I think we're part of the same nightmare. They kept coming. Text after text from men who'd been targeted by Camille's graduates. I called Charlotte back. How many victims are we talking about? We don't know yet. Could be dozens, could be hundreds. Jesus. There's something else, Elias. We found communications between Camille and Marcus that suggest they weren't just teaching random women. They were actively recruiting targets. What do you mean? Wealthy men, recently divorced, recently bereaved, socially isolated. They had profiles, photos, financial information, like a shopping catalog for con artists. My chest felt hollow. I was on a list. You were at the top of the list. Recently inherited property worth millions. No wife, no kids, no close family. You were perfect. The phone slipped from my hand. I stared at the ceiling, trying to process what I'd just learned. Camille hadn't found me by accident. She hadn't fallen for me organically. I'd been selected, targeted, hunted. Every moment we'd shared, every laugh, every time she'd curled up next to me watching movies, it had all been performance, rehearsed, calculated. I wasn't her boyfriend. I was her biggest score. My phone rang. Charlotte again. The FBI wants to meet with you tomorrow. They're building a RICO case. RICO? Racketeering. This isn't just fraud anymore, Elias. This is organized crime. I hung up and sat in my office, staring out at the city. Somewhere out there, women were still using Camille's playbook, still targeting men like me. And somewhere out there, those men had no idea what was coming. Text from Lana again. I know you probably don't want to hear from any of us, but some of the things she taught us, they're still happening, right now, to other people. We need to stop her. I stared at the message for a long time. Then I typed back, Morrison's Coffee on 5th Street, 1 hour, come alone, coffee shop, corner table, Lana mid-20s nervous. I found her website last year. I was tired of dating guys who couldn't afford nice things. But it wasn't just dating advice. God, no, first lesson was research. Property records, social media, business filings, even credit reports once you got them to add you to accounts. My stomach turned. She taught asset acquisition, expensive gifts, getting your name on leases, avoiding prenups. You followed this advice? I met David, tech executive, recently divorced, lonely. I researched everything about him, his company, his ex-wife, his finances. Did it work? For a while. He paid my rent, bought me a car, expensive trips. I was playing a role, getting paid for it. What happened? He wanted marriage. I panicked, realized I didn't love him, so I ghosted him, took the car, emptied our joint account. Camille called it strategic exit planning. How many women? In my group, 30, but there were multiple groups, different levels. What did she say about me? Called you the golden goose. Said you were exactly the kind of target to look for, successful, recently lost family, isolated. Said guys like you were easy because you wanted to believe in love. The words hit like a physical blow. She's not done with you, Lana continued. She's telling people you owe her money, that you're dangerous, that you're trying to destroy women just trying to improve their lives. That night, another text. You have 24 hours to transfer $75,000 to the account I'm sending. If you don't, everyone will know about your offshore crypto vault. I don't have any offshore accounts, don't even own cryptocurrency, but clearly Camille thought I did. FBI at my door. Wednesday morning, 1 month after the first text. Mr. Ford, Agent Sarah Chen, Agent Marcus Rodriguez, we'd like to talk about Camille St. James. Are you arresting her? We arrested both Ms. St. James and Marcus Delaney yesterday. Wire fraud, conspiracy, attempted extortion, cyber intrusion, organized romantic fraud. It's over? Not quite. She claims you promised her $75,000 and have undisclosed offshore accounts. I don't have any offshore accounts. We know, but she's been telling people you do, creating a narrative that you're hiding assets. They showed me screenshots. Social media posts painting me as manipulative, controlling. Poor fiancé thrown out by wealthy, secretive boyfriend. She's positioning herself as the victim. Some people are buying it. What happens now? She's facing 15 to 20 years, but we need you to understand this is going to get ugly. Meeting at Charlotte's office. Camille with her attorney Patricia Walsh. Camille looked smaller. No makeup, simple black dress wouldn't meet my eyes. Ms. St. James would like to make a statement. Elias, I'm sorry, what I did was wrong. Do you? Because 3 weeks ago you were trying to extort me. I was scared, desperate, my whole life was falling apart. Your whole life was built on lies. She looked at me then, not calculation, just exhaustion. There were moments when it felt real. When I thought maybe I could actually love you. But you didn't. No, I was too afraid to try. Afraid of what? Afraid that if you knew the real me, you wouldn't want me. Patricia cleared her throat. Ms. St. James will accept the plea agreement. 2 years probation, $60,000 restitution, business shutdown, public apology. In exchange, no civil damages. There's one more thing. Ms. St. James is pregnant, 8 weeks. I felt punched. Pregnant. It's not yours, Camille said quickly. It's Marcus's. We've been together since before I met you. You were planning to tell me it was mine, trap me with a pregnancy scare. Yes, that was the plan. Court hearing, packed courtroom, media, victims, former clients. Camille stood before the federal judge admitting everything. I operated the silk strategy that taught women to manipulate men for financial gain. I charged thousands to learn techniques for extracting money, gifts, assets from romantic partners. Her voice steady, hands shaking. I personally targeted Mr. Elias Ford, attempting to manipulate him into adding my name to his property deed. I had no genuine romantic feelings. He was a mark, a target, what I called the golden goose. The judge made her read excerpts from her materials. Deed before I do. The art of asset acquisition. By the time she finished, people were crying. Recognition, not sympathy. 3 years probation, $85,000 restitution, 500 hours community service, complete prohibition from dating relationship coaching. Marcus got 4 years federal prison. 6 months later, Sunday morning, home office, coffee and newspaper. Winston, my rescue golden retriever at my feet. Text from unknown number. Hi, this is David. I think we might have something in common. Lana gave me your number. Another victim. Another guy trying to figure out how to trust again. Want to get coffee? I know a place. We'd started meeting regularly, the Silk Strategy survivors. Sharing stories, supporting each other. In therapy, I'd learned to see it differently. Camille wasn't my mistake. She was my wake-up call, taught me the difference between intimacy and investment. The brownstone was peaceful again, redecorated my memories, my choices. Text from Sarah, the veterinarian I'd met at the farmer's market. Winston's due for vaccinations. Want to bring him by the clinic. It's a date. Real people are different from perfect. They have flaws, make mistakes, say wrong things. But they're not performing, they're just present. Another text from Charlotte. Camille violated probation, started a new business, life coaching for single mothers. Same con, different name. Some people don't change, but that wasn't my problem anymore. I packed up, headed home to Winston. Real life was waiting. The brownstone was warm when I got home. Winston greeted me at the door, tail wagging. No agenda, no manipulation. Just pure, uncomplicated affection. Good boy, let's go for a walk. We stepped into the evening air and I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time, peace. 6 months ago, I was planning a wedding with a woman planning to rob me. Now I help other men navigate the aftermath. It's not the life I planned, but it's real. And real, I've learned, is worth more than anything she could have stolen. Story 9. Stop trying to control what I do with my life, my girlfriend snapped when I brought up her gambling. But then I found out she owed $18K and refused to get help. I realized I couldn't save her from herself. My girlfriend just exploded on me for expressing concern about her gambling, and now I'm questioning everything about our relationship. So I've been with Sadie for almost 3 years now, and up until recently things were pretty great. We moved in together 6 months ago and I thought we were heading towards something serious, maybe engagement next year. But over the past few months, something's changed. It started small. She'd go to the casino with her girlfriends maybe once a month, blow through $100, whatever. I didn't think much of it. Hell, I blow money on stupid stuff all the time too. But then it became every other weekend. Then every weekend. Then I started noticing she was going on weekday nights after work. The thing is, Sadie's always been secretive about money. She makes decent money as a graphic designer, probably around 58K, but she's always been weird about splitting bills, always has some excuse about timing or her account being weird. I've been covering more and more of our shared expenses without really thinking about it because I make more than her and I didn't want to be that guy who nickels and dimes his girlfriend. But last month I noticed she was stressed as hell about money. Like, really stressed. She kept checking her phone obsessively, getting irritated at random stuff, and when I asked what was wrong, she'd snap at me. She always brought up my trust issues whenever I asked questions, which made me second-guess myself every time. Then 2 weeks ago I saw her Venmo some guy named Tony C. $800 with just a dice emoji. I waited until we were watching Netflix and casually said, "Hey, saw you sent Tony some money. Everything okay?" She immediately tensed up. "It's none of your business, Miles. I'm not trying to pry, I just saw the amount and wanted to make sure you weren't in trouble or something." "God, you're acting like my father," she snapped, and there was this bitter edge to the way she said father that made me pause. "I'm a grown woman, I don't need to report every transaction to you." Her words stung, but I backed off immediately. "Sorry, I didn't mean to overstep." But the way she said it stuck with me. She'd mentioned her dad's drinking problems once early in our relationship, then never talked about it again. Now I was wondering if there was more to that story. That's when I started paying attention, really paying attention. And holy shit, the signs were everywhere. The constant phone checking, the mood swings tied to whether she'd had a good night or bad night. The way she'd disappear for hours on weekends and come back either manic happy or completely dejected. The financial stress that she blamed on unexpected expenses but could never really explain. So yesterday, I tried to have a conversation with her. I waited until we were both relaxed, having dinner at home, and I brought up my concerns gently. I'm not great at confrontation, which is probably how it got this bad in the first place. "Hey, I've been thinking," I said, cutting into my chicken. "I've noticed you seem really stressed about money lately, and I'm worried the gambling might be getting out of hand. Maybe we could look into some resources together, or just talk through a budget." She set down her fork hard. "Excuse me. I'm just concerned about you. The mood swings, the financial stress, the gambling." She stood up from the table. "Miles, what gambling? I play cards with friends sometimes. That's not gambling." "Sadie, the $800 to Tony, the casino trips every weekend. Are you kidding me right now?" She was getting loud. "You're treating me like a child. Stop trying to control what I do with my life. I'm a grown woman who can make her own decisions. Was I being controlling? Part of me wondered if I was turning into my father, who used to interrogate my mom about every purchase. "I'm not trying to control you, I'm just worried. You're boring and paranoid and you clearly don't trust me," she screamed. "If you have such a problem with me having fun, maybe you shouldn't come to my birthday party next weekend." I tried to calm things down. "Sadie, please, I'm just worried about you. I love you." She stared at me for a long moment, then walked to the bedroom and slammed the door. Hasn't really spoken to me since except to say that she's still thinking about whether she wants me at her party. Here's the thing though, I'm pretty sure her birthday party is just going to be another gambling night. She's been talking about getting the crew together and mentioned something about making it a lucky night. When I asked what the plan was, she was vague as hell and just said dinner and hanging out. I love this woman, but I feel like I'm watching her spiral in real time, and when I try to help, I'm the bad guy. Am I being controlling? Is this normal relationship stuff and I'm overreacting? I've never dealt with anything like this before. Part of me wants to just not go to the party and see what happens. If I'm right and it's just a gambling session, at least I'll know where I stand. If I'm wrong, then I guess I'm an asshole boyfriend who doesn't trust his girlfriend. But honestly, I keep hoping she'll come home tonight and we can pretend none of this happened. That's probably pathetic, but I miss the woman I fell in love with. I just don't know what to do anymore. Edit, thanks for all the responses. A lot of you are asking about specific signs. The biggest one is that she's gone from having her own car payment, phone bill, and contributing to groceries to me, basically covering everything shared while she handles her personal expenses. When I think about it, I haven't seen her pay for anything substantial in months. Several people have asked about the $800 Venmo. I did some digging. Yeah, I know how that sounds, and Tony C appears to be a bookie based on his public transactions. Lots of sports betting references and payments from different people. Update 1. Posted 2 weeks ago. I'm not exactly thrilled to admit this, but you were all right. Every single one of you who said she'd deflect, gaslight, and make me the villain was 100% right. I'm still shaking as I write this. So I took the advice from my last post and decided to approach this differently. Instead of going to her birthday party, which she made clear I wasn't welcome at anyway, I waited for her to come home and asked if we could talk. This was Saturday night, about 11 p.m. She'd been at her party since 6. She walked in and I could immediately tell she'd had a bad night. That defeated, angry energy that I'd been seeing more and more often. Before I could even say anything, she started in on me. "I suppose you're happy now," she said. "I suppose you think this proves your point." I asked what she meant, and she just stared at me for a minute. Then she said, "I had a really bad night, and instead of having my boyfriend there to support me, I had to deal with it alone because you decided to be petty and skip my birthday." I told her I hadn't skipped it to be petty, that I was genuinely concerned about her gambling and thought some space might help us both think clearly. That's when she lost it. "Gambling?" she screamed. "It's not gambling, it's entertainment. It's social. You wouldn't understand because you don't have any friends and you never want to do anything fun." The conversation that followed was like something out of a nightmare. Every time I tried to bring up specific examples, the money to Tony, the mood swings, the financial stress, she had an explanation that somehow made it my fault. The money to Tony was for group dinner expenses that I wouldn't understand because I don't have friends. The mood swings were because I was constantly judging her and making her feel bad about herself. The financial stress was because I was keeping track of who pays for what instead of just being a supportive partner. But here's the thing that really got to me. When I asked directly how much she'd lost that night, she said, "It doesn't matter because it's my money and my life." When I pointed out that it did matter because we were building a life together and her financial problems affected both of us, she said something that just completely broke me. "Maybe we're not building a life together. Maybe you just want someone you can control." I tried to stay calm and asked her to help me understand how expressing concern about her well-being was controlling. She said that a supportive partner would trust her judgment and be there when she needs them, instead of interrogating her about every dollar she spends. Then she hit me with the manipulation that I think was designed to end the conversation. "If you loved me, you'd support my interests instead of trying to change me. The fact that you're so obsessed with this tells me everything I need to know about what kind of person you are." I realized in that moment that I was never going to win this argument because we were having two completely different conversations. She was defending her right to do whatever she wanted without consequences. I was trying to save our relationship and possibly her financial future. The conversation ended with her saying she needed space to think about whether this relationship is what she wants, and that she was going to stay at her friend Jen's house for a few days. That was Saturday. It's now Tuesday and I haven't heard from her except for a text yesterday that said, "Still thinking. Need more time." I've been doing research on gambling addiction. It's like reading a checklist of our relationship for the past 6 months. I talked to my brother about it, and he said something that's been stuck in my head. "You know what Mom always said about Dad's gambling? That she spent years making excuses for him until she realized she was just enabling it. You can't save someone who doesn't want to be saved, Miles. All you can do is decide if you're willing to go down with the ship." I think I know what I have to do, but I keep hoping she'll come home and we can work through this together. I love her so much, but I'm starting to realize that the person I fell in love with might not be the person she is anymore. Edit. For those asking about the birthday party, I found out what really happened because Sadie's friend Susie called me around 1 a.m. that night. Sadie had lost over $1,200 at what was supposed to be a birthday dinner, but turned into a poker game. According to Susie, Sadie had a complete meltdown after losing the final hand. She started screaming at everyone and even tried to flip the table. Susie was about to call me to come pick her up when Sadie suddenly decided she was done with losing and left in an Uber. Susie said she'd never seen Sadie that angry and desperate before. A lot of people are asking why Susie reached out to me. Apparently, Sadie asked Susie to lend her money to cover rent, and when Susie asked questions, Sadie admitted that she'd been gambling more than she should and that her uptight boyfriend was making a big deal out of nothing. Susie told me later, I've been watching this happen for months and didn't know how to tell you. She's not the same person anymore. Susie put two and two together. Update 2, posted 1 week ago. This is going to be long because the past week has been a complete shit show, and I need to get this all out. Sadie came back Thursday night. No warning, just walked in like nothing had happened while I was making dinner. She was in full charm mode, apologizing for overreacting, saying she'd missed me, asking if we could start fresh. For about 10 minutes, I actually thought maybe we could work through this. She seemed different somehow, calmer, even helped me finish making dinner and we ate together like normal. Then she started talking about her realizations during her time away. I've been doing some thinking, she said, sitting across from me at the kitchen table, and I realized we both need to compromise here. I searched her face for a moment, then said carefully, "Okay, what does that look like?" "Well, you need to stop monitoring my finances and questioning my choices, and I'll be more communicative about my plans." I asked what she meant by communicative. "I'll tell you when I'm going out with friends so you won't worry unnecessarily." For a moment when she mentioned the debt, she looked genuinely scared, like she was seeing the reality for the first time. "I know I owe some money and that's stressful for both of us," she said quietly, but then she quickly shifted back to her usual narrative. Her expression hardened. "But that's exactly why I need you to trust me to handle this my way instead of making me feel worse about it." "What about the gambling specifically?" I asked. She tilted her head and looked confused, like I was speaking a foreign language. "What gambling?" "Miles, you're making this into something it's not. I play cards with friends sometimes. That's not gambling, that's socializing." "Sadie, you lost $1,200 at your birthday party." She looked me dead in the eye. "I don't know where you got that number, but it's wrong. Susie must have misunderstood something." So I called Susie, right there on speakerphone while Sadie stood in our kitchen. Asked Susie to explain what happened at the birthday party. The silence from Sadie as Susie described the poker game, the mounting losses, the way Sadie had borrowed money from 3 different people and still kept playing, the screaming fit when she lost the final hand. It was deafening. When I hung up, Sadie was quiet for a minute. Then she said, "Susie's exaggerating. And I can't believe you called my friend to check up on me like I'm a child." That's when I realized this woman was going to lie to my face no matter what evidence I had. But I wasn't done. I told her I'd been thinking during her time away and that I needed complete financial transparency if we were going to move forward. "What does that mean?" she asked, her voice already getting tighter. "I want to see bank statements, understand our full financial picture, and work together on a budget that includes entertainment expenses you can afford." She stared at me for a moment like I'd just slapped her. Then her face flushed deep red. She stood up abruptly. "No. Sadie, we're talking about building a life together." I said, "No, Miles." She snapped, cutting me off. "That's degrading and controlling. You have no right to see my personal finances." I walked to the counter and picked up the papers I'd printed. "I've been doing research on gambling addiction. I found information from the National Council on Problem Gambling, testimonials from people in recovery." "Are you fucking kidding me right now?" Her voice was getting louder. Her face was somehow getting even redder. "There are therapists in our area who specialize in addiction. I want us to go together." She snatched the papers from my hands and threw them on the floor. "This is insane, Miles. You've worked yourself up into this fantasy where I have some kind of disease because I like to have fun with my friends." "Sadie, please just look at the information. You're the one who needs therapy, not me," she screamed. "You're the one who's obsessed with controlling every aspect of my life." Friday morning, she was gone again. This time she took more clothes and her laptop. But she forgot to take one thing, a stack of mail that had been sitting on her nightstand. I'm not proud of it, but I went through it. And what I found felt like the ground had just dropped out from under me. Credit card statements going back 3 months. She owes $18,000 across 4 different credit cards. The charges are all to casinos, online gambling sites, and cash advances. Some nights she was spending $800 to $1,000. The minimum payments alone are more than her portion of our rent was supposed to be. There was also a letter from her car loan company about missed payments and another from her phone company threatening service disconnection. I sat on our couch staring at these statements for an hour. This woman has been living with me for 6 months, letting me cover all our shared expenses. while she's been hemorrhaging money gambling and hiding massive debt. I called my brother and read him some of the charges. He was quiet for a long time, then said, "Miles, she's not hiding a gambling problem from you. She's using you to fund her gambling problem." That hit me like a freaking truck. All the time she was stressed about money, but couldn't explain why. All the unexpected expenses that made it hard for her to contribute to household stuff. All the defensive anger when I asked questions. She wasn't embarrassed about gambling too much. She was protecting her ability to keep gambling by keeping me as her financial safety net. I texted her that we needed to talk and that I'd found her credit card statements. Her response, "How dare you go through my private mail? This is exactly the controlling behavior I was talking about." No apology, no explanation, no acknowledgement of the lies or the debt, just anger that I'd discovered the truth. "I'm done. I can't do this anymore. I've been covering her living expenses while she's been digging herself into a hole that's deep enough to bury both of us. I'm going to tell her she needs to move out. I don't know if she'll fight me on it or if she'll just disappear, but I can't keep enabling this. My brother's right, I can't save someone who doesn't want to be saved." Edit. For those asking, the $18K in debt is just credit cards. I have no idea what she might owe to private lenders or how much she's borrowed from friends and family. A few people have asked about whether she has access to my accounts. No, we never combined finances, thank God, but I did check my credit report just to be safe. Susie texted me this morning. Apparently Sadie's been calling her and other friends asking to borrow money for car repairs. Susie said no and warned some of their mutual friends. The whole friend group is starting to see what's happening. Final update, posted 3 days ago. The saga has reached its conclusion, and while it's not the ending I hoped for 6 months ago, it's the ending I needed. First, thank you to everyone who's been following this mess and offering support. Sadie came back Sunday morning. She'd been staying at Jen's place, but apparently Jen had reached her limit with the drama and asked her to find somewhere else to go. Sadie showed up with all her stuff and started acting like she was just moving back in. I told her we needed to talk first and showed her the credit card statements. Her response was exactly what everyone predicted: anger, deflection, and attempts to turn it around on me. "You had no right to look at those," she said. "That's a violation of my privacy and it proves you don't trust me." I told her that trust was earned and that lying about $18,000 in gambling debt while letting me cover her living expenses wasn't exactly trustworthy behavior. That's when she switched tactics. She broke down crying and said she was embarrassed about the debt and didn't know how to tell me. She said she'd been trying to fix it by winning back what she'd lost, but it had gotten out of hand. She promised she would stop gambling and we could work together to pay off the debt. For about 30 seconds, I actually considered it. Then I remembered what my brother had said about not being able to save someone who doesn't want to be saved. I asked her directly, "Are you ready to admit you have a gambling addiction and get professional help?" She said no. She said she just had bad luck and that she could stop any time she wanted, but gambling addiction was serious mental illness, and she didn't have that. I asked if she was willing to give me complete access to her finances and let me manage the budget while she got help. She said no. That was financial abuse, and she wasn't going to let me control her money. I asked if she was willing to attend Gamblers Anonymous meetings or see a therapist who specializes in addiction. She said no. She didn't need to sit in a room with real addicts when she just needed to be more careful about her choices. That's when I realized she was never going to change because she doesn't think she has a problem. In her mind, she's just had bad luck and everyone around her is overreacting. I told her she needed to move out. I gave her 2 weeks to find somewhere else to live and said I'd help her pack, but I couldn't continue to enable her gambling by providing free housing. She called me every name in the book, said I was abandoning her when she needed support, said I never really loved her because someone who loved her would stand by her during hard times, said I was financially abusing her by kicking her out. But here's what really sealed it for me. After all the crying and yelling and manipulation, she said this: "Fine, but when I win big and pay off all this debt, don't come crawling back to me." Even in the middle of losing our relationship and facing eviction, she was still fantasizing about gambling her way out of the hole. She moved out yesterday. Didn't take the full 2 weeks. Just packed everything and left without saying goodbye. I found out from Susie that she's moving in with some guy named Derek who apparently runs poker games out of his apartment. I'm not going to lie, this hurts. I loved her, or at least I loved who I thought she was. I'm in therapy now to work through this experience and figure out how I missed so many warning signs, which, unsurprisingly, ties back a lot to the family dynamic I grew up in. My therapist also says it's common for partners of addicts to gradually normalize increasingly problematic behavior, which explains how I went from she gambles occasionally to she owes $18K and I'm paying all her bills without fully realizing what was happening. Sadie will either get help on her own or she won't. But either way, it's not my problem anymore. Edit. For those asking, I'm keeping the apartment since the lease is in my name. I can afford it on my own, and honestly, having my own space feels pretty good right now. Derek apparently runs underground poker games and has a reputation for giving credit to players who can't afford to lose. Susie thinks Sadie's walking into an even worse situation, but there's nothing I can do about that. Thanks again for all the support, Reddit. Sometimes you need strangers on the internet to help you see clearly when you're too close to a situation. I'm going to be okay.